Hello.
Hey. Ah. Wasn't there just a bunch of people here? Yes, everybody's okay. Okay. Just riding down to the city. I got an errand down there I gotta do anyway. Oh, there's a question right there. Don't leave. Okay. Well, we're late, so that's why. You good?
Hi.
You good?
Yeah, everyone else is already done with the court case. I'm looking for a four-door to give Choi and Winston a ride.
All right. I'm heading down. Then I'm running late, so. I think we'll try Blackbird this time. Go park at Blackbird. I think. I don't know. We'll wait to see when we get there. Also, good morning, anybody that's in here. Or good afternoon, I should say. I overslept. I was planning on being on an hour ago. But you know what? Sometimes you need to oversleep. Oh, I went down Great Ocean. Jesus. Alright, well, I guess we're hanging out for a second. Because we could go over there, but that would be... We're waiting until we get a text that they're back on the way, chat. What was that, twin suppose? Okay, let's just go over there. I did not know that they were pulled over. I did not know that they were pulled over. Damn it. Okay, we're good, chat. They aren't, the lawyer was. Did I miss that? Did I miss that? Lawyer, okay. Potato! Hi, Gallifreyan. Hi, Mrs. B. I was gonna wait for a text and I was just like, just go over there. You said you'd meet them there, Turkey. Your shoulder's almost better? Good.
Is this one of our tow trucks? Looks like William O'Connor's.
Oh.
Hey, Snake.
I thought I could make it.
Then we can get our cars repaired
God.
after.
Hey, do you mind if we steal your parking report for a little bit?
Let me check that there's nothing horrible in this car real quick.
I was just saying, do you mind if we steal your parking? Because we got to focus a little bit.
Perfect. It's okay, Sydney. She's just
She
like
hates me,
Like
wants me to
clockwork.
die.
What the hell?
That's what I got out of that too.
Thank you, lovely. No, it's happening at City Hall,
Darling.
right across the street.
Is there?
No, I
Yeah,
can't see the
it's,
chart.
I'm suing a police officer, so.
I'm too close to the wall. Hold on.
Alright, we're late, so we should probably jog over.
Oh, this is okay.
They were so nervous about that.
Nah, we're good.
Now you're shiny.
Woohoo! And we're missing our stomach, chat, so we've got to go fix that. We have to go fix our stomach, chat. Quickly. I did not even see that. Holy shit. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. God bless it all. I do have a feeling that this isn't going to work either. It's actually okay. 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 Ugh, of course, that means I got to put my mask back on. God bless it all. You know what? We'll go with this mask. Wardrobe malfunction, chat. All right, we're late. Okay, come on. All right, let's roll.
Still surprisingly able to move, tried again to disengage and retreat to the safety of the assault and to avoid the attacking Aleutian. But before she could take more than a few steps, Deputy Alice opened fire upon her. The shots fired by Deputy Alice prompted another officer to join in firing upon Miss Knight McPherson as well, and prompted Miss Knight McPherson's friend to then fire upon the officers to attempt to prevent her summary execution. If not for the outrageously aggressive behavior from these two officers, the situation would have never escalated to the firefight that occurred that evening. Their rash behavior not only risked Miss Knight McPherson's safety and the safety of Miss Miss Knight McPherson's companions, but risked her own fellow officers' lives as well. Miss Knight McPherson has suffered greatly as a result of this attempted murder. The pain of being repeatedly ran over by an illusion, and then shot multiple times should be obvious. Less obvious is the quiet this has had on her life. She has had trouble sleeping due to the discomfort of her wounds, which has only served to prolong her recovery, during which she was unable to work or drive. She is still confined to a wheelchair most of the time and needs assistance with her daily needs. Fortunately, her fiance is able to assist her with these needs, but this has taken a toll of its own as it pulls them both away from preparing for the wedding, scheduled just days away from when the attack took place. These officers and the department that trained them must be held responsible for this egregious assault by making Miss Knight McPherson whole and by retraining their officers to ensure this type of behavior never happens again. Okay, plaintiff.
Are we doing pretrial motions?
Yeah, we're gonna do. Yes, we're doing pretrial motions.
No pretrial motions from plaintiff side.
Max.
Yeah, motion to strike a piece of evidence, Your Honor. Wish to strike the evidence image bike repair cost. This evidence was added in after this docket filing was made. However, there was no motion to add this evidence.
You have a rebuttal, plaintiff?
I do not. I can make a pretrial motion now, but
I will strike that piece of evidence. Defense.
Your Honor.
The pretrial motions?
Defense would like to inquire if there will be a doctor called on behalf of the plaintiff to ascertain to the specifics of this medical report, and if not, we wish for it to be stricken. So a quick review of this report is it's a whole bunch of numbers and not a lot of words, and that clearly needs a doctor to interpret it.
Probably needs a lot more interpreter.
Your Honor, Dr. Charles is on my witness list and is also present.
All right, if that witness is present and will be coming to the stand, we won't have any objection, but we do wish to reserve the right to strike that if Mr. Charles does not go onto the stand today.
Where is Dr. Charles?
This is why petticoats are a bad thing.
Then the motion to strike that piece of evidence
Former
is
Dr.
denied.
Charles, I would like to point out, former doctor. This man no longer holds a medical license in this state.
All right, hold on.
Defense trying to imply he got a fucking concussion between now and
Plaintiff side has a rebuttal to that, if Your Honor would. He was licensed when he treated my client and was also the one that wrote the report. So he would be able to attest to what the report contains at the very least. But not only that, just because he is not licensed in the state currently does not mean that
Ew.
his experience is no longer a factor here. He's still an expert witness as it relates to medical treatment and such.
It also is quite relevant why he no longer has a medical license. If it's due to negligence, then that would inquire that he's not an expert witness on this
Oh
matter.
my god.
Additionally, we know full well that former doctors are not allowed to be admitted as expert witnesses on future matters, so I'm not sure how that even applies to this situation.
Grasping at straws.
If they, oh man. If they dismiss this, that's gonna be a problem.
That's a reach and a half. I'm pretty sure he's a former doctor because he's now a cop.
Really?
I heard someone mentioning a Charles as a cop. I thought that was their
Okay.
first name, but no, it could have been their surname.
Yeah, that is actually true.
He's a cop
Have I
now
missed
too. Like,
anything?
No pre-trial
I
motions,
doubt
right?
his medical license was
Oh, okay.
revoked and he became a cop. It was something negligent.
Link?
Oh, you can sit in my lap.
Yeah, if he's a cop now, he's not a doctor unless he did something in character. You're not allowed to be a doctor and a cop.
And you're me and Winston are just touching toes. Oh my god, why is it always the toes? Even before the full body cast, it was toes. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Exactly.
How? Just texted me. I've got my
Just
eye
an
on
application
you.
Plaintiff.
Forget how to doctor once you're no longer.
It's going to be Elliot
licensed.
Charles is who you're calling up.
Up on the balcony.
That's correct, Your Honor.
At the time of the incident, was he a licensed medical practitioner?
He was, Your Honor.
Was he a doctor or was he an EMT?
I can answer that. He was a doctor because he did fucking surgery on me.
Tunic's being
Exactly.
petty, man.
We could just ask the individual
Yeah.
in question.
Elliot Charles, come here real quick.
Do you want me to approach you, Your Honor?
Were you a licensed doctor at the time of this incident?
Yes, I was a licensed physical therapist.
You had. Word this. You were a doctor, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The motion to strike that's going to be denied.
Understood, Your Honor.
You can go back out,
All right.
Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Been really awkward if the answer to that was no. Then I've been like, what were you digging in my back for?
Is there any other pretrial motions?
No, Your Honor.
Tunic's being petty.
Plaintiff.
None, Your Honor.
Then let's commence the trial. Plaintiff.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, Your Honor, people of the court. As we put forth in the statement of claim, the officer's actions were unreasonable escalations of force when viewed either separately or in concert as the actions of one group. And as such, they and the police departments responsible for their training should be held liable for the pain and suffering that Ms. Knight McPherson has endured as a result of those actions. Thank you.
Defense.
Hello, new friend. Hello,
How did we get here today? That will be the important thing to keep in mind as you hear this case presented before you. The plaintiff will provide many pieces of evidence and testimony today centering around what explicitly happened between my clients and the plaintiff. But the only thing that will really, truly matter is the why. Why did this happen? What actions were taken on the part of the plaintiff that could have led to this situation happening?
God.
Today, defense will illustrate to you clear, articulable, and legal reasoning behind why these peace officers took the actions they did, or more importantly, didn't take. The matter of the plaintiff pulling out a deadly weapon during a police chase, as they admit in their own statement of claim, will be clearly laid out for you here today. The evidence presented through the CSI viewer in the report will clearly show that defendant Alase never shot Gemma, literally at all, but actually fired in a different direction away from
That's
Gemma.
not what they're saying. Oh my
Similarly,
God.
it will show that defendant Lopez also never shot the plaintiff. In total, the evidence presented will clearly establish that this matter is protected by State v. Glenn Armstrong. Taking it a step further, today you will see that this case clearly has no standing even without considering that aforementioned case law. This is as a result of something called comparative negligence, for which the plaintiff was clearly more than 51% responsible for what occurred in this incident, barring them from recovery. We are confident that once you hear the facts, circumstances, testimony, and are presented with the evidence surrounding this case today, you will clearly see this case for the sham it is. The plaintiff has no legal standing to file this suit, has no claim to damages, and as much will be clearly displayed in court today. Thank you.
Okay, plaintiff.
Plaintiff signed will call Gemma Knight McPherson to the stand.
Oh, this is gonna be good, chat. This is gonna be good. Let's fucking go.
Please raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, P. Dandy?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Blood for the blood
Witness
goddess.
is sworn in.
My chair now. Get the right one, I'm sure. I'm positive. Nope. Okay. I'm just gonna stand.
Okay.
I'll just stand. Standing's fine.
Uh-huh.
All right. Gemma, during this incident, had you issued any threats to the officers who were pursuing you and the others?
No, I had not.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, had anyone else in the two vehicles issued any threats to the officers?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Could you briefly recount the order of events of the incident from the time you exited the Sultan to the time you were incapacitated?
I'm going to object to calls for narrative.
Plaintiff?
It's an order of events. It's not a narrative, and I did specify briefly.
For expediency, I'm going to go ahead and overrule that defense. But I'll keep an eye on it if it gets too
Wordy.
long.
Could we use one of the pictures, Frankie? Because that would help me kind of bullet point it.
I'm going to object to that
Um,
because then that means that would not be testifying to their own recollection of events, but more so using additional pieces of evidence.
Tunic's going hard today,
I'm
man.
going to sustain that objection.
I'll do my best to physically describe it then, but it is going to take longer, so it might be a narrative. So the Sultan had pulled up at the... I'm not very good with directions, but along one of the, like, banisters, directly outside of where the canals dump out, and there's some ladders. It pulled up right on the corner of two of the railings there. I exited the Sultan and began to run towards a cliffhanger that was parked there. At that time, the Ranger Aleutian pulled up, came to a very sudden stop in the middle of the parking area, and then violently lurched forward at a high rate of speed, striking the cliffhanger. I was shocked. I kind of stood still for, I don't know, 1 to 2 seconds, and then I proceeded towards the cliffhanger after the Aleutian backed up. I got onto the cliffhanger, at which point I heard one of the individuals in the Aleutian say something about, "No, you don't," or something along those lines. And then while I was on the cliffhanger, the Aleutian struck the cliffhanger again. At this point, I was scared. I reached into my waistband, I grabbed my gun, I got off of the cliffhanger, and I began to run back towards the Sultan to enter a vehicle so that I wouldn't be run over again. As I was running behind the Aleutian, I don't know, my OCD kicked in. I felt the need to reload my firearm because it was completely empty, and that always bothers me when it's empty. As I was running behind the Aleutian began to back up again at a decent rate of speed, striking me to the ground. I heard somebody say something about cringe, and I heard somebody say something else about gun. At that point, I heard a lot of gunfire, and I blacked out.
The cross should be really good, y'all.
Oh, right.
Gemma
Thank
versus
you.
Tunics.
And you mentioned that you felt scared. Did you feel like your life was threatened as a result of the officer's actions? The ranger specifically?
Yeah, they had struck my vehicle at a high rate of speed, and then they continued to run it over again while I was on it. I was pretty sure they were trying to kill me.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, you mentioned it was one time that that the ranger rammed you while you were on it still?
While I was on the motorcycle, yes. I was personally struck twice, once on the motorcycle and once when I was behind the ranger car.
Okay. Oh, and let's see here. Did you, once you had pulled your weapon, did you aim your gun at anyone?
No, I never raised it above hip level except to reload it because, again, my OCD kicked in. I just really hate when there's no bullets in there.
Of course. I do the same thing. I'm the same way. Oh my. Did you fire your weapon? at all, even if you didn't aim it?
No, despite the statement of certain rangers who says that I was shooting at police officers, my firearm was never discharged when I was being struck to the ground and had very little control over my body.
Did anyone order you to put the gun away, put the weapon down?
I believe that I heard somebody say the word gun. I believe that it may have been Deputy Alasse, if I'm not I think at the time Deputy, now Officer. However, I was very shaken because I was actively being struck with a vehicle and shot at the time.
Okay. And was your bike disabled through the actions of the ranger?
Yes, I attempted to, after the motorcycle was struck while I was on it, I attempted to crank the engine over and it would not turn over.
I see. And to the best of your recollection, then, what was the cost for getting that damage repaired?
The vehicle was repaired at Gay Bay, which means that it was $75 before tax.
Okay.
Objection, facts, not in evidence.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and sustain that objection. We struck that piece of evidence, plaintiff.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I
that's
do have a rebuttal, Your Honor. If you would like.
Sure.
I'm not referring to the evidence. I'm merely getting it in testimony.
Do you have anything that backs up the cost of what the witness is saying?
Additionally, Your Honor, that amount didn't even match to the evidence that got stricken.
$25 plus tax? Yes, it did, because the tax is $11 and it's always $86.
Gemma, please.
Sorry, I just get really mad when people are wrong.
So plaintiff, so is there any corroborating evidence to the cost of that bike besides what we strickened?
Not without the stricken evidence, no.
So I'm
This
going to
would
go
be
ahead
the
and
only
sustain that
evidence
objection.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Let's move on to the actual injuries you sustained through this incident. So could you please describe to the court your experience of the injuries you sustained?
Yes. My experience of the injuries was when I first woke up in the hospital after being brought down off of anesthesia. I was informed by medical staff that the pain in my back that I was feeling was the result of 3 separate gunshot wounds as well as a herniation of... I have to refer to the medical expert on that one, but I believe it was 3 of the parts of my spinal column, somewhere between the thoracic and the lumbar.
Okay, and immediately after waking up in the hospital, were those injuries impactful in a significant way on your daily life?
Yes, for the days following the event, as well as like the immediate hours afterwards, I was forced to have a back brace, which I myself was not completely able to strap down because it has to be tightened pretty rigidly. So my wife had to help me with that. I was also wheelchair bound for, I believe it was a period of 4, if not 5 days immediately following the incident.
And
being in a wheelchair means that I can't fix cars. It means that I can't actively get behind the counter at Go-Go's because it's a narrow space. I could not do my jobs.
I see. And for clarity, when you say wheelchair bound, was that 100% of the time in those 4 to 5 days?
The first 2 to 3 days I was wheelchair bound for a significant period of time. Anybody who's ever been in a wheelchair knows that sometimes you got to transport yourself into a car or grab onto a counter to, get somewhere, but I'd say 99% of the time for the first several days. For the last few days, I was told that I could begin walking, but I was advised to continue using the chair to rest so that I didn't re-aggravate the injury before my wedding.
And how many days after being discharged from the hospital or waking up in the hospital was your wedding?
Almost 5 days on the dot, if I'm not mistaken.
So you were still recovering from your injuries when your wedding was scheduled to take place?
Quite literally still using a wheelchair for rest and recuperation up until pretty much the moment I walked down the aisle.
And do you feel like you've fully recovered at this point from these injuries?
I do still have occasional back pain. The doctors informed me that like further spinal related injuries could re-aggravate the herniation, causing further issues. I could end up needing we did epidural steroid injections instead of doing any form of discectomy or spinal fusion, which means that further re-aggravation of the injury could lead to me needing those surgeries later.
I see.
Sorry, medical jargon. Did used to be a doctor before the state decided felons shouldn't do medicine.
Gemma.
That's okay. We have another doctor here to speak to that effect more. Perfect. That is all the questions we have on the plaintiff's side.
Oh, this should be good, y'all.
Hi, Gemma.
Hi, Max.
You.
I'm doing okay, all things considered.
Why were you running from the police on this day?
That's kind of vague. What do you mean by running?
Fleeing.
In what manner?
By car.
I was the passenger of a vehicle. I don't believe that I was actively fleeing at that time.
Okay. Did the defendants make contact with you before you got into that vehicle?
The defendants, do you mean Ellie and Claire over there?
Correct.
Prior to me entering the vehicle, at what point?
The Mantis building.
Yes, I do recall there was a brief conversation.
Okay. Why were you
Sorry,
at the
Mia.
Mantis building?
Would you like me to state the context of that conversation?
Oh, I can get there in questioning.
Perfect. Why was I at the Mantis building? I was hanging out with friends.
Okay. And why would you hang out in an area that is restricted to the public?
I actually wasn't completely clear that that entire area was restricted to the public at the time. I thought that the public drive leading into the parking area for employees would be open, but I guess it's not. That was my mistake.
Okay. Did the defendants attempt to detain you?
No, actually, they said, please leave. We don't want to do paperwork.
Okay. If that's the case, then why did they pursue you?
Probably because I attempted to enter a vehicle that wasn't mine.
Okay. And why did you not surrender to detainment?
Because that's pussy shit.
Okay, so you willingly fled the police.
I entered a vehicle that fled the police.
Okay. Why did you then attempt to switch to your bike in this instance?
Because Ranger Ellie Lopez doesn't know vehicles, so she had called out on the radio that we were driving a Sultan Classic, at which time a Buffalo attached. And because a Buffalo is attached to a vehicle that has a maximum speed of 88 miles per hour on the highway, I decided to get onto my cliffhanger in order to draw attention away from my friends. Sufficiently answer your question, counselor?
Sure. Why would you need to draw attention away from your friends if you were the one that was seen entering into a vehicle that wasn't yours?
I don't know. I guess I'm just selfless like that.
Okay. Were you you claim that one of my clients, Ellie, struck you while you were on the bike. Were you injured during this initial contact?
I was physically shaken, but I was not horribly injured. Maybe some light bruising. Wait, hold on. Clarification. Do you mean the first time while I'm on the bike or the second time when I'm knocked to the ground?
While you were on the bike.
On the bike, I would say light bruising, maybe a little whiplash, nothing crazy.
And that would explain why there's no blood at the scene of the bike?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I don't... I do have clotting issues, but I don't believe that I had any lacerations from that.
Okay. Now, following this, why would you elect to run behind a moving vehicle?
The vehicle was not moving when I began running behind it.
Were there moving vehicles in the area?
There was one moving vehicle to the best of my recollection, but it had come to a stop at the time that I began running.
Okay, and where were you running to?
I was running to re-enter the Sultan so that I would be shielded from being struck by vehicles further.
Okay, so your attempt to draw attention away from this Sultan, they just still remained there anyway?
Yes, because they witnessed me getting violently run over by a police car, so they did not leave the area yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you pulled out a gun. Do you consider presenting a firearm to be threatening?
Slightly less threatening than running somebody over with a 2.5-ton vehicle, yes.
Okay, but still threatening.
Depending on the context of the situation. I would consider it self-defense in this situation.
Okay, how would you react if someone pulled out a gun in front of you?
I'm gonna say that that's both speculative and vague. I don't know what you mean by that. There's a lot of situations where somebody could pull a firearm on me.
I'm also going to object on relevance for real. So
It's all right. I'll withdraw the
Real.
question.
A lot of guns pulled on me, and I've reacted in a lot of different ways.
Now, you claimed that you were struck by the vehicle while you were running. What kinds of injuries did you sustain at that moment?
At that moment, I had inflammation in my lower spine that led to a herniation of several discs, as well as a very large imprint of an Aleutian ram bar on my lower back. So bad that my doctor said, quote, he thought it was a tattoo.
Okay. And do you find it unusual that no blood was found at the scene of that collision?
I am not a forensics expert.
Okay. Can you tell me...
I would also like to point out as a former medical professional that blunt force trauma does not always lead to a laceration, which would lead to bleeding. Bleeding can be internal, and despite what you may learn on the internet, the inside of the body is not where the blood goes when it starts breaking out of vessels.
Okay. Can you articulate why my defendants are the ones that you're suing in this manner?
That sounds like a job for my lawyer. I didn't pick these specific defendants. I guess it would be because one of them ran me over and they shot me, but...
Okay. Would you be surprised to find out that neither of the defendants shot you?
Considering that one of their statements specifically said that I allegedly opened fire on them and that was their justification for shooting me, they're either a fucking liar or they're gonna lie today. Either they lied one of the times, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be pretty fucking surprised.
Okay. Give me 1 second to confer with my co-counsel. Did the vehicle that struck you, was it going backwards or forwards?
It was going forwards the first time it struck me, and it was going backwards the second time it struck me.
Okay. Do you typically see ram bars on the back of illusions?
So there are actually bars that that cover the back end of it that have the illusion like plating or whatever on there, but I guess the actual formal ram bar is on the front. But I would ask a comp that question. I don't see illusions very often. The Ranger ones are even weirder because they have these like side skirt thingies on them.
So then, do you have any reason to explain why you would have this imprint of a ram bar on you?
You would have to ask my medical professional. I was rendered unconscious immediately after the incident.
Nice.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
I would also like to point out that several of the police officer statements did indicate that I was struck by the vehicle when it backed up, so...
I've got no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Go. Recross.
None, Your Honor.
Yep. Gemma, you can stand down.
Let me just put the microphone down. There you go.
Chad, I gotta go let my puppy outside.
Also, sorry for stealing your chair. I didn't mean to.
Plaintiff, next witness.
Plaintiff would like to call Elliot Charles to the stand.
All right, chat. I need to zoom away really quick while the doctor is testifying. Give me a second.
All the way up here, bud. Where's your left hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Harb?
I do, yes.
Witness is sworn in.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Charles. With regard to the medical report attached as evidence, could you please describe to the court Mrs. Knight McPherson's conditions and the injuries you identified when you treated her?
Of course. Let me bring up the report myself.
Can the witness speak up? We can't hear him back here.
Make sure you're using the mic.
There we go. Apologies.
Can you hear the witness back there?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome.
All right. According to the medical report and what I saw that day, when Gemini McPherson entered the ER, I immediately saw that the patient had a plate carrier that caught projectiles, which caused severe blunt force trauma as they nearly penetrated the plate carrier. Along with that, I also did a physical examination to feel for any type of swelling or dislocated or broken bones along the lower back. This is when I could feel a certain amount of fluids as well as swelling on the lower back. We then, after surgery to repair one of the lodged gunshot wounds in her right shoulder, and also to see if any debridement would be necessary for the blunt force trauma areas. After surgery, we got an x-ray that did reveal herniated T12 to L2. So that is the 12th thoracic vertebra located in the mid-back area. Just above the waist, the L1 and 2 are the first and second lumbar vertebrae located in the lower back area. And at that time, I concluded myself that surgery would be too invasive at this point. So focus on giving the patient medicine to try and resolve the swelling and blood flow there.
Perfect. Thank you. And could you describe in a little more detail the treatments that you performed? So the surgery on the shoulder and the medical uh, treatments you took with regards to the herniation.
Of course, with the right shoulder, the bullet was still lodged in the shoulder. So I basically just made sure that the area was cleaned up. And I tried to trace the path of the bullet within the shoulder itself. Once I located it, I made sure to suction out any type of overlapping fluids, such as blood that was all over the place. Made sure to drain everything, eventually making incisions along the shoulder and past any tissue to attempt and retrieve the bullet. Managed on the third try. I then just did a light debridement of any damaged or dead tissue within inside the area, just to make sure it's all cleaned up to promote good healing. Retrieved the bullet, made sure everything was cleaned up, and I sutured it. Just did a little antiseptic covering and dressed it up. For the projectiles that hit the plate carrier, I saw that the skin wasn't too damaged. I looked for blood clots beneath the skin to see if there was any oxygen supply cut off or any blood clumping together that would cause future issues. I then ruled out any, possibilities of such blood clots, and I moved to the lower back. I could see that there was some sort of like pipe or bar that was deeply pushed into the lower back, as it did leave an imprint. Furthermore, the examination around the pelvis and the lower back at that point then led me to take the patient for an x-ray. All further, for the surgery itself, that was pretty much it. Then obviously took the patient off of anesthesia, ordered an x-ray, saw the T12 to L2 injury. At the point, it was a bit too volatile to try any type of invasive surgery. So I did inform the patient of such and said we'll resort to using medicine to try and alleviate the pressure. After that, I was not the doctor to administer any type of medications, but there was a dose of epidural injections and a corticosteroid to help reduce the swelling on the checkup.
Okay, thank you. What was your assessment at the time regarding long-term consequences of these injuries? More specifically, the spinal injuries.
My initial assessment was that this is going to be a long-term recovery, as it seemed pretty mild to severe with the herniated discs. I was basically looking at a chart where the patient was going to be immobile for at least 2 weeks or so. We deducted it down to a week so we can promote a little bit of movement and some joint movement to not, how can I say, deteriorate the muscle in the area. So to have the patient completely immobile would have caused further issues as well. But we were basically deducted it down to the patient having to be immobile for a set period of time just to avoid any future complications. But even with a full recovery, there will still be some complications with movement, such as running, anything that really takes in a lot of weight and impact from day-to-day life.
I see. And what are some of the complications that you anticipated that she would face, or she was likely to face?
I anticipated that the herniated discs were too volatile to actually have invasive surgery. And this obviously has the disadvantage for us as we cannot immediately reduce the swelling by the discs. So obviously, with that being said, not having the invasive surgery does take a longer period. Sure. I mean, typically, any type of herniated disc will take 6 months to 2 years to fully recover. So at that point, my best option was just to immobilize any type of back movement with a back brace.
I see. Okay, and lastly, Dr. Grace noted that Mrs. Knight McPherson had a pre-existing condition of anemia. What kind of complications could that introduce with the types of injuries that she sustained?
Anemia will slow down the effects of certain medicines or completely negate what we wanted to use at first. This is why I did not, right after surgery, prescribe any type of medications, as I first wanted to consult with a group of doctors so we can find a more fitting medicine to give to the patient, as anemia has honestly just conflicts with a lot of medicines in general for the blood clotting. So we did eventually then discuss medications moving forward, and that is when Dr. Grace then did administer some medications, as that is her field of specialty.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have for you.
All right, now cross-examination.
Defense. Defense, use the mic.
My apologies, Your Honor. Hello there.
Hello.
You made mention in your testimony today that you noticed the imprint of some kind of a bar on the plaintiff's back?
Yes.
Okay, then why did you explicitly describe it as a ram bar in your report?
So when the patient did arrive at Eclipse Medical, I was told that they were struck with a vehicle. And then upon inspection in the operating room, for me, it did look like an Aleutian ram bar outline. So I did just make sure to note that in case we ever wanted to know, I guess, what type of object could strike her.
Okay, and have you, in your experience as a doctor at the time, had you seen other individuals who had been struck by police vehicles?
Only one other patient.
Okay.
I'm getting some cereal, chat. I didn't have a chance to get.
Do
any food
you
'cause they're
find it
boiling on my
unusual
computer.
that if the plaintiff was struck by a car in reverse, that they would have been hit by a ram bar?
Yes, I guess, but obviously, yeah, if it was reversed, then yes.
Okay. I have another question for you, because you spoke about the plaintiff's anemia. Is it typical for someone to have both anemia and clotting issues?
Usually, but there are documented cases where patients can have both.
Okay. And how rare is that?
I would personally say it's in about 30% of people, 20 to 30.
Okay. One moment. Did you perform any surgery on the plaintiff during her visit to the hospital?
Yes, I extracted a lodged bullet in her right shoulder.
Shoulder, okay. But you did no surgery on her back, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do physical therapists typically conduct surgeries?
I was trained and had instructors until graduation to be in emergency medicine, and then specialized in physical therapy.
Awesome. That's great. We need more emergency medical doctors. Glad to hear that. Give me 1 second to confer with my co-counsel. I have no further questions for this witness.
Plaintiff, recross.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Charles, you can stand down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Plaintiff, your next witness.
Yeah, we'd like to call Alice Meyer to the stand.
Here we go.
And are you going to try to do you just want to stand? Raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Mantis? Witness is sworn in.
Here.
Hi, Deputy. Thank you for being here. To start, can you please provide your name and rank for the...
You can't hear the witness.
Yeah, not using a microphone.
Oh, could you use the microphone?
There,
There you go.
sound a little, there you go.
Using it again.
What about me?
Can you hear them back there?
She's talking right now. No.
Harvey, we can't hear her.
Is it working? Is it working? Is it working?
There we
Very
go.
quietly.
There
You're
we
just
go.
quiet though.
Perfect. Yeah, could you state your name and rank for the court?
Deputy Byron, BLSSD, and I'm just a little old deputy.
Thank you. Okay, so according to your statement, you weren't at the initial scene, but you attached to the chase fairly early on. Throughout the remainder of the chase, were any threats made to you from the people that you were pursuing?
No threats were made, and they were not violent.
Okay. And did you feel at any point throughout the pursuit that you were at risk of sustaining serious injury? And you wrote in your statement that the bike was slammed and disabled. Was Mrs. Knight McPherson on the bike at that time?
I believe at one point, Gemma was, yes.
Okay. And is slamming an occupied motorcycle typically used by officers, or is that a tactic that is typically used by officers when trying to apprehend someone fleeing on a motorcycle?
It is not. The Cinnamon Toast Crunch is boss, y'all.
What are some methods that you might typically use to stop someone from fleeing on a bike?
Normally at that point, we would call and ask for motor.
Okay.
Take primary on the chase.
And had someone requested motor at that point?
If I recall, not at that point in time.
I see. And when did you first notice that Miss Knight McPherson was holding a gun?
This point, I believe it's after she got off the bike, after being hit by the cruiser. She was on the ground. The gun was pulled before she was backed into.
And you mentioned that you were not able to order her to put the gun away or to drop the gun before she was shot. Did you hear another officer order her to do so?
It was chaotic at the time. I did not hear it, I believe. I couldn't even get the words "drop the gun" out of my mouth.
Okay. And you wrote in your report that she didn't fire her gun. Did you see her point her weapon at any of the officers?
The gun was never fired.
There we
or
go. Now we can
pointed.
hear.
Okay. And
I believe
given your
she was also GSR negative.
Thank you. Yeah, and given your experience as a deputy and firsthand knowledge of the scene, do you think that Lopez's actions constituted an appropriate escalation of force?
I see it, Mrs. B. I see it.
To a point, yes.
To what point?
Sorry, I forgot to turn down my secondary. What was that?
You said that to a point, yes. Was there a point that it became a no?
I mean, a car did make contact with the bike. It de-escalated very quickly.
What? Okay.
You mentioned in your statement as well that that officers fired upon Mrs. Knight McPherson once the gun was visible. Who was it that fired upon her?
That I don't know. I did not see who fired first.
Okay.
Recall is gunshots.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Defense.
Your experience as a peace officer in this state, is the presentation of a firearm a threat to officers?
Can be, because there's several case laws regarding it, but we do
Chat,
give
I've had
warnings
Cinnamon
out
Toast
before
Crunch.
shots are fired.
Okay, and do you believe that it's mandatory that you give a warning?
I believe it should be. Not everyone follows that, but I like to give a warning.
Okay, but you do understand that in our case law, it's not required for you to give a warning.
I understand.
Objection, misstating. Yeah.
What do you mean misstating? It's literally written into Glenn Armstrong that you don't have to give a warning.
What felony was I charged with, jackass?
You were charged with felony trespassing.
Defense. Please do your best to
I'll zip it.
speak to me, not to the plaintiff.
Good, Your Honor.
What is the objection, plaintiff?
The objection is he's misstating the law, which would be sort of misstatement of testimony, but misrepresentation of the facts.
Defense?
It literally is written into Glenn Armstrong that they only have to give a warning when feasible.
But they do still have to.
If it's, never mind.
Rebuttal,
Your
plaintiff?
Honor, plaintiff will be happy if you just note that that is in contention, and I can cover that in closing.
So noted.
Thank you.
All right.
Harvey's such a.
Did you
Harvey's such a good
see
character.
defendant Alise get into a violent interaction with one of the suspects?
Define violent tackling, shooting.
Yes.
I
So we'll start with tackling.
Did see a tackle, but shots fired, I believe not.
Okay, and how in when Alase was tackled, how soon was this in relation to the shooting of the plaintiff?
I believe it was before, because I was on El Rancho behind.
Okay. And would you consider the tackling of an officer to be a violent step?
It's hard to say, but at that time, not really.
Okay, so you,
It
make sure.
depends. Oh, it is super cold, chat.
Okay.
Holy crap.
That's. Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
It's gonna be this way till Wednesday.
Object his lack of professionalism.
If If an individual were to tackle an officer, are there any crimes that would be associated with that they would be charged with?
It also depends on the officer as well.
I'm going to object to
I mean,
non-responsive.
What do you mean non-responsive? Everyone's different on how they do things.
Go, Alice, go!
Plaintiff, do you have a rebuttal?
Honestly, not really.
Defense. For the sake of easement, just reword it.
Okay. Are there any charges that a person could be charged with for tackling an officer? Some could be.
I mean, there's a few charges that they could be, yes.
And what charges would those be?
Again, it could vary on the officer. Someone push, you know, can't remember. I don't feel good. I can't remember the charge.
I'm going to object
Assault and
to
battery
relevance
aggravated.
at this point.
I have a rebuttal.
Sure.
Well, she kind of just gave an answer about assault and battery, and I think we can all agree that assault and battery would be a violent action, which would help to show that this situation was turning violent even prior to Gemma getting shot.
Plaintiff, do you have a rebuttal?
My client was not charged with any violent crimes in this incident, and up to the initiation of violence, there was none from her side of the pursuit.
I have a counter if you'll allow me.
Sure.
That in culmination that the entire incident was turning violent, that the drawing of a weapon on a scene that was already turning violent would inherently be an escalating factor.
Okay. Your objection was non-responsive.
Relevant.
And then you objected to relevance, right?
Yes.
I don't see how tackling is a violent escalation. And I'm sure I'll get crucified for that, but oh well. I am sustaining the objection.
You think a lot? You might get crucified for that, Your Honor. Give me 1 second to recollect my thoughts. Your Honor, can we ask the gallery to quiet down? And no, I do not think that Gemma tackled the cop.
Okay.
We're quite literally whispering to each other over here in the corner.
Just do your best to keep it. I get you guys are whispering, but it. You know how stuff happens sometimes, you know. Just thank you.
Moment, Your Honor. I've got no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Rick Ross?
No, Your Honor.
Deputy, you can stand down. You're gonna go to bed? Okay. Plaintiff, you're next witness.
Yes, plaintiff's side would like to call Maisie Knight McPherson to the stand.
You do, don't tackle her out of the way. That would be violent.
Maisie, who would you like to swear under?
Let's do Sunstone.
Please raise your left hand. You swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Sunstone.
Ew.
Witness is sworn in.
Hi, Maisie.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so several officers wrote in their statements that you were in the other vehicle that was being pursued. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during the incident, had you issued any threats to the officers who pursued you?
I had not because I was driving in a car, and that would not make sense. How could they hear me through windows?
And to the best of your knowledge, had anyone else in the two vehicles issued any threats to officers?
To the best of my knowledge, they had not.
Okay. And as you came upon the second scene with the bike, could you please briefly recount what you saw as you approached?
To the best of what I saw was there was an officer tackling Gemma, and then there were several shots started to ring out. And then that's when I decided to get out of the vehicle.
Okay. And moving forward a little bit, could you please describe in a few sentences, the sort of your perspective on Gemma's recovery?
It was a pretty long process, to be honest. She was in a wheelchair for several days.
We can't hear her back here.
Oh, can you not hear? Have you never been able to hear me?
You earlier, but we just can't now.
You now?
No, you're not talking on the mic.
Okay, well, it's on. Let's try it again.
You just gotta.
How about now?
There you go.
Okay. Road to recovery felt like it was several days. She was in a wheelchair, I think for 3 days. There was really no walking in this recovery period. It was either myself or someone else carrying her, helping her. She had to wear a brace that either I would help adjust or take off. There were pain meds as well that she had to continue to take. I know she was really good about doing daily checkups as well, or me forcing her to do daily checkups just to make sure that there was no further injuries or any other complications that would come up. But it was a very stressful time, seeing as we were, 4 days from our wedding.
I see. And did that impact preparing for the wedding?
We had to lean on other people for it, but we have quite a supportive group of people that were willing to help.
That's excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Defense.
We have no questions for this witness.
Macy, you can stand down. Oh, the microphone, did you?
Turned it off.
Plaintiff, call your next witness.
Yeah, Julio Juarez, please.
Yo, what's good?
Please raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you? Think of one.
I don't mind.
All right. Sophomore.
Yeah.
All right. Witness is sworn in.
All right, JJ. Thanks
Yo.
for being here. Okay, so several officers wrote in their statements that you were the person driving the vehicle Gemma was in. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And had you issued any threats to the officers who pursued you during the incident?
No, not at all. It would nobody in the car uh ever was threatening any sort of violence or anything at all. Not even using foul words, I think.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right.
Pretty peaceful chase.
Okay. And could you, since you would have been there the whole time in the Sultan, could you briefly recount the order of events from when Gemma got out of the car to approach the motorcycle?
Yeah. So here, there we were. Gemma got out of the Sultan. As soon as Gemma was approaching the Sultan, I believe the illusion decided to ram the bike once, to avoid, I'm guessing, Gemma from getting on it. Then, as Gemma got on it, the bike was already damaged. So she started, coming towards the Sultan to get back on the car, and then was proceeded hit by the illusion when the illusion backed into her, knocking her on the ground. And then I didn't notice exactly what happened, but I heard some bullets going off, and I saw Gemma on the ground. Because she was shot down. Yeah.
Okay.
And then that's when I, got out of the car scared and tried to protect her life, and
Okay, I see. Perfect. And yeah, that's all I have for you, JJ. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have no questions for this witness.
All right, JJ, you can stand down.
All right, thank you.
Plaintiff, your next witness.
No further witnesses for plaintiff's side.
Gonna highlight evidence in closing, I'm assuming.
I will, yes.
Defense, your turn.
I'm going to call Ellie Lopez to the stand.
Does your client know her Article 5 right?
I mean, they do, but this is also a civil suit.
You want to swear on anybody?
Anything works.
Okay. Please raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Danielle?
Yeah.
Your witness is sworn in.
Hello, Ellie.
Hey.
Were you present at the Mantis building on December 16th?
Yes.
Did you witness any type of criminal activity while you were there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who did you witness conducting criminal activity?
That would be Miss Gemma McPherson.
Okay. What crimes were actively being committed?
Tampering with a vehicle, theft of a motor vehicle, and felony trespassing.
Okay. And was Gemma Knight McPherson alone?
It was with 3 hours.
Okay. Did you attempt to detain any of the individuals?
We attempted to, but they fled.
Okay. And did you chase after them?
Yes, we did.
Do you know roughly how long the chase lasted?
Couldn't say.
Okay. Did the plaintiff ever leave the vehicle in question?
Yes.
All right. And where did she go? Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes.
Where did she go?
So he got out and went towards a parked motorbike.
Okay. And did she attempt to get onto the bike?
Yes.
All right. Did you attempt to disable the bike before she got on it?
No.
Okay. At any point in this situation, did the plaintiff pull out a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And is the firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes, it is.
Gemma Knight a known violent criminal?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has Gemma Knight McPherson been violent towards government employees in the past?
Yes.
Did you fear immediate threat once Gemma Knight McPherson drew her weapon?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were any other suspects not named Gemma Knight McPherson violent on scene as well?
Yes.
Were any officers injured during this situation?
Yes.
Who was injured?
Deputy, well, now Officer Lassie.
Okay. And did Alase sustain her injuries before or after Gemma was shot?
Couldn't say.
Okay. Do you witness any individuals tackle Alase?
Yes.
Okay. Did you witness any individuals shoot Alase?
Yes.
Okay. Give me one moment to confirm. Are ram bars standard on the back of illusions?
No.
Were you driving an illusion that day?
Yes, I was.
Did that illusion have a ram bar on the back of it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did you strike the plaintiff with your vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Why?
One more minute. I've got no further questions for this witness.
Honestly, I don't have cross based on those questions.
You can stand down, Ellie. Defense, your next witness.
Yeah, I'd like to call Claire Alase to the stand.
We won't stir yet, chat.
Please raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, under pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, P. Dandy?
Your Honor.
This is sworn in.
Dandy getting all the love today. I love it.
Hello. Were you present at the Mantis building on December 16th?
Yes, I was.
Did you witness any criminal activity while you were there?
Did.
Who did you witness conducting criminal activity?
Gemma, not McPherson.
Okay, and were they alone on this scene?
Well, no.
Okay, what crimes were actively being committed?
Felony trespassing, tampering with a motor vehicle, and theft of a motor vehicle.
Did you attempt to detain any of the individuals?
Yes, we did.
Did the individuals flee?
They did.
Did you chase after them?
We did.
Do you know roughly how long that chase lasted?
Approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Did the plaintiff ever leave the vehicle in question? Where did she go?
You ran towards a parked motorcycle off the side of El Rancho Boulevard.
Okay. And did she attempt to get on the bike? Repeat that answer.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Was she able to escape on the motorcycle?
She was.
Was the motorcycle functioning?
From her shouting, I do not believe so.
Okay. And what was the plaintiff's reaction to the motorcycle not functioning?
She started shouting loudly.
Okay. Did she attempt to return to the initial vehicle?
She did.
Did she pull out a gun?
She did.
And is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes.
Is the plaintiff
Now
a
we're gonna
known
stir.
violent criminal?
Yes, she did.
To your knowledge, has the plaintiff been violent towards government employees in the past?
She had.
Okay. And adding all of that together, did you fear immediate threat once the plaintiff drew her weapon?
I did.
Okay. Were any of the other suspects that weren't the plaintiff violent on the scene?
They were.
Violent towards you?
They were.
What way?
Repeat that?
In what way?
I was struck from behind, and then when I was on the floor, I was kicked several times, and I was shot.
Okay. And were you shot before or after the plaintiff was shot?
I was shot first.
Just to make sure it's clear for the record, you were the first person to be shot on that scene.
That's, to my knowledge, correct.
Okay. Were any officers other than you injured on this situation?
I am unaware.
Okay.
Why you always lying?
Give me 1 second to confirm. I've got no further questions for this witness.
Plaintiff?
The goddess Dandy wouldn't be happy if you fucking lying.
Yes.
I can't help that.
Who do you believe shot you?
I believe it was Julio Juarez, aka JJ.
Okay.
Is that it, plaintiff?
Yes, that's it for cross.
Based off of that one question, recross defense?
I'd really like to, but I don't know if I've got any recross.
You can stand down. Defense, your next witness.
We have no further witnesses.
This court might not
You're gonna
be
highlight
short.
evidence in crossing? Or in closing?
Yes, we will do it in closing. Can we have a moment to make some modifications to our closing?
Yeah, I can give you guys 5 minutes. That sound equitable to everybody?
Yep, that works.
That's good.
Okay.
Am I here?
Great question.
What'd you say?
Imagine lying on the stand in front of all of these superior officers. That's crazy.
Defense, are you ready?
We need 1 moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor and people of the court, Gemma Knight McPherson was almost killed a week before her wedding due to the negligent and reckless actions of Deputy Alasse and Cadet Lopez. We've heard today that Cadet Lopez was acting unreasonably in her capacity as an officer of the law, given the circumstances when she decided to ram the bike and Mrs. Knight McPherson. Because of this fact, qualified immunity was pierced for Cadet Lopez's actions, and when Ms. Knight McPherson considered exercising her constitutional right to defend herself against the immediate and deadly threat to her life that Cadet Lopez posed, she was then summarily gunned down by Deputy Alasse and other officers. In and of itself, another unwarranted escalation of violence. The defense will argue that the officers are protected by both qualified immunity and the protections offered by the case law established in Glenn v. Armstrong Jr., but this argument fails for several reasons. I will note that I'll be using the timeline of events established by the statements in the report and corroborated through the testimony in the court heard today, not the version of events asserted in the defendant's testimonies. The initial escalation of force by Cadet Lopez constitutes a use of deadly force because she was repeatedly ramming an occupied motorcycle with an elution. If it were another car that Lopez rammed, it may have been a reasonable use of non-lethal force, and a pit maneuver could potentially be a reasonable use of force on an occupied motorcycle given other circumstances, but this went well beyond a simple pit because of the repeated strikes. She additionally struck Ms. Knight McPherson while she was off the bike, which was obviously potentially lethal. Because Cadet Lopez escalated the use of force to a lethal option, we must interrogate the reasonableness of that escalation. The crimes committed by Mrs. Knight McPherson that day were nonviolent in nature, and the most severe crime that officers were aware of at that point was felony trespassing, which is the lowest level of felony. The seriousness of the crimes did not warrant deadly force to prevent escape. We also have heard in the affirmative that no threats were issued and no inherently violent acts taken by any of the people involved in the incident. Regardless of their history, nothing violent had happened that day up to that point. Officers had no reason to believe that Mrs. Knight McPherson posed an immediate threat of physical harm to the officers or others when she got on her bike. It was at this point that Mrs. Knight McPherson drew her weapon to defend herself, exercising her constitutional right to do so. Her Article 3 right to defend herself is not conditioned such that her rights would be forfeit in this scenario. Just because it was law enforcement officials who made her fear for her life does not mean that she then had a duty to retreat or could not protect herself from that threat. That said, as we have heard today, she did try to do so multiple times. She tried to get on the bike and leave. The bike would not start. She tried to get back to the Sultan. She was run down, etc. So the officers imperiled her, and she still, though she had no duty to retreat, tried to do so. Now, we must look at Deputy Alasse's actions in deciding to fire upon Miss Knight McPherson. Defense will argue that because Mrs. Knight McPherson was brandishing an apparently loaded firearm, that she was within her right to fire upon Miss Knight McPherson, but that right is conditioned on some requirements. To quote the case law established in Glenn v. Armstrong Jr., if the subject threatens the officer with a weapon deadly force may be used if necessary to prevent escape and if, where feasible, some warning has been given. Given this framework, the use of deadly force may be used in that scenario, but it must be both necessary to prevent escape and preceded by a warning issued by the officers where feasible. In this incident, Mrs. Knight McPherson was lying on the ground when Deputy Alasse noticed she was holding a gun and chose to fire. Shooting Miss Knight McPherson was arguably not required to prevent her escape. The officers could have used less lethal means to maintain her incapacitation, such as tackling her or tasing her. The officers absolutely had an opportunity to warn Mrs. Knight McPherson. Again, she was laying on the ground, incapacitated, and therefore a quite thoroughly captive audience had the officers taken the 2 seconds needed to order her to drop the weapon. However, that chance was not given, and Deputy Alasse instead chose to fire immediately. The defense will also argue that my client was comparably liable in this situation, and as such, that damage is reduced since she shares in the liability for the situation, but that's also not the case. Mrs. Knight McPherson was first assaulted when she was on the bike, which was parked in a parking spot. It's not reasonable to drive full speed into an occupied parking spot, let alone repeatedly. And as such, it would not have been reasonable for her to expect that to be a risk she should be prepared to take when getting on a bike in a parked spot. Likewise, even if it would be unreasonable to stand in the parking lot behind a vehicle, moving in that direction was her only means of escape, and as such, the safest course of action given the actions of Lopez. Drivers in a parking lot must also be more aware of their surroundings due to the risk of pedestrians near the vehicles, which would place greater liability on Lopez anyway. Again, this is all simply demonstrating that she attempted to exhaust all means of de-escalating the situation before drawing a firearm to protect herself from an imminent threat. Mrs. Knight McPherson only drew her weapon after she was literally up against a wall facing someone actively assaulting her with a 2-ton vehicle. We've thoroughly examined the fault of the officers in the event and now must move on to the damage caused by these reckless actions. Mrs. Knight McPherson suffered grave injury, which required a grueling recovery, as we heard in court today. It impacted her ability to move about, to work, and impacted her loved ones. It even impacted her wedding day, a wonderful, once-in-a-lifetime event that is now juxtaposed with painful memories of these injuries. By some miracle, Mrs. Knight McPherson wasn't permanently physically disabled, but permanent irreparable harm has been done. I hope that the court will find, as we do, that the fault lies with these officers and that the remedy we seek for Mrs. Knight McPherson is reasonable. Thank you.
Defense.
The facts are all laid out, Your Honor. More importantly, the lack of facts are very clearly laid out here today. This civil suit is clearly nothing more than a frivolous attempt to retaliate for getting caught doing crime. There's no standing for a claim, no standing for damages, no standing for, really, anything at all. The lack of any clear understanding of this situation on behalf of the plaintiff's party is so telling. Let's dive into that. A clear look at the evidence viewer for this case shows that the exhibit the plaintiff admitted into evidence doesn't line up with the facts of the case at all. They placed Claire in a completely different location in their exhibit than the evidence actually shows her. Additionally, said evidence clearly shows that Claire shot into the ground in a different direction than Gemma was located. There is no evidence to show that Claire shot the plaintiff. You can see this. It's very apparent that she did not do that. And this clearly shows that Claire had absolutely nothing to do with the situation. Looking further into this, no blood was discovered in the location the supposed vehicle struck Gemma. This clearly shows that no external damages were done. I know they assert internal. However, we would certainly be questioning how someone with anemia, wouldn't be bleeding a lot on the scene of such a supposed collision.
Objection? Objection fucking weird.
I'll move on. Let's take a look at the damages requested. These damages are outlandish and lack any basis in established precedent for similar cases.
I can't believe he
Speaking to the
said
frivolous
that.
nature of this case. Their support for the repair fee was stricken because they attempted to sneak it in. They have in no way articulated additional grounds for pain and suffering outside of supposed medical reports that, one, contradict one another, and two, appear to make assumptions based on facts the doctor wouldn't have. We also have the fact of how conflicting some of the testimony today is. In Gemma's testimony, she claims the bike was disabled while she was on it.
What about the
However,
conflicting
in
testimony
Julio's
of your-
testimony today, he states the bike was already disabled by the time she got on it. Additionally, as I already stated, we have questions about the medical report. Clearly, the former doctor's assertion that there was an imprint of a ram bar on Gemma's back does not match up with the facts of this case, calling into question the validity
As
of the
a
report
doctor,
entirely.
I would literally call it a
As
ram
you can
bar.
see, in
That's
image
funny.
motorbike on scene, 2 of 2, there is no ram bar on the back of those police vehicles. Where did this imprint come from? It just doesn't line up with the testimony given by the plaintiff's own witnesses. Now let's get into the meat of the matter. State v. Glenn Armstrong. This case provides peace officers in this state the ability to use deadly force when necessary to subdue fleeing felons that pose an immediate threat of physical harm. Gemma Knight McPherson is a known violent criminal who in particular has been violent to peace officers in the past, murdering a DOC officer. During this incident, while attempting to flee, Gemma Knight drew a firearm. It honestly doesn't really even matter if she pointed it, because even in her own testimony today, not only did she pull it out, she also reloaded it. She presented a deadly weapon to peace officers, taking an additional step forward to put ammo into the gun, causing them to fear imminent harm. Keep in mind, this also took place during a violent situation in which Claire Lasse was shot down prior to officers opening fire on the plaintiff. The plaintiff can't even assert who actually shot them. However, has listed 2 officers who the evidence shows clearly did not shoot the plaintiff. Officers were injured, gunshots were fired. The fear of imminent harm was clearly valid. As a result, State v. Glenn Armstrong applies, and that makes any use of force in this situation valid. Beyond this, we get into the matter of comparative negligence. If a plaintiff is determined to be 51% or more responsible for what occurred, they are barred from recovery. This is measured by determining how the plaintiff's personal decisions in the matter contributed to the situation as a whole. What actions could the plaintiff not have taken that would have prevented this whole situation from happening? Well, Gemma could have not felony trespassed. Gemma could have not attempted to steal or rob a vehicle. Gemma could have not resisted detainment. Gemma could have not fled from the police. Gemma could have not attempted to switch to a bike. Gemma could have not run through a parking lot with moving cars. Gemma could have not pulled out a firearm. Gemma could have not reloaded the firearm. All of these are actions that Gemma could have not done, but yet she did. This entire situation could have been avoided had Gemma not made the decisions that she did on this day. For that reason, Gemma is clearly more than 51% responsible for what happened and should be barred from recovery in this matter. There's simply no standing here, Your Honor. They have been unable to provide a consistent detail of what actually happened on this day. The evidence they've submitted doesn't line up with the evidence. Their testimonies are conflicting. The medical report is questionable. They have nothing to prove their case here, Your Honor. And they need that if they want to breach qualified immunity. But the reality is they simply haven't risen to the level needed to do that. And for that reason, defense firmly feels that my clients should not be found liable in any way, shape, or form for this incident. Thank you. Praise be to Hobbit Trash.
Okay. I'm gonna put court in recess while I deliberate. It's probably gonna be a semi-decent long deliberation, so if everyone wants to go eat, you know, bathroom break or whatever, that'd be highly recommended.
I'm gonna go outside before I realize that a cop committed a greater felony than I did and didn't get shot for it.
That's a felony, right? Perjury?
Felony? Yeah, no, that sounds like a Glenn Armstrong shooting if they start running out of the courthouse to me.
I can.
That's fucking shocking.
No,
Yeah.
two of the cops.
I can't believe what I just.
One of the cops said she got shot before Jimmo, which is just a flat out a lie and contradicts everything everyone else said on the fucking stand today.
Wow.
The other cop tried to say she didn't hit Jimmo when it's literally in her fucking statement. Ridiculous.
Cops lying? I'm fucking shocked.
Sorry.
Outside because I.
Inside with
Bro.
those cops, I'm gonna end up shooting someone, so I had to come out here.
Same.
Cigarette time.
Are they trying to imply that you just magically got a bullet in you?
Come here.
No,
Those two cops did perjury, like outright perjury. They're conflicting themselves. They're conflicting every other statement that was made. Is anything going to be done about that?
That, I mean, that's up to the judge.
Like,
It
could
was
you talk to the
fairly
judge about
obvious,
it after
though.
the trial? Because that is just flat out perjury.
Did you
It's
strike?
like you should have had a fucking approach the bench and fucking struck their testimony for fucking perjury. Like, honestly.
Did you strike the? What was it? Did you strike her with your vehicle? No, I did not. What the fuck?
What?
End up on the ground.
She straight up said that. No hesitation too. Fucking can't believe.
Oh.
I especially liked the JJ shot first, even though he came in as a reaction to her being shot.
I literally said I heard shots. I saw Gemma down, so I got in my car and I did what
And they're
I
trying
did.
to say that you said the gym was because disabled when she got on it, which is not what you fucking said.
Like they decided to pick and choose whatever I said, change it up, and forgot I said the other thing. They shot her when they shot Jeff.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I expected a fair number of things, thankfully,
Dude,
but
how do you?
I didn't
how do
expect
you
that one.
do- How do you?
No, I just didn't
like,
do it. It just didn't happen.
How do you get them charged with perjury? It says here that it has to be district attorney's office or special
exactly.
prosecutor.
Well,
Yeah,
you're gonna
the-
have to talk to the judge
DA's
because the
office
DA
would
was
have to
here for the
charge.
fucking case. Like,
Yeah.
I guess you could
Right.
talk to the DA and see if she's willing to entertain it, but I can fucking bet you she's not.
She's a cop in a suit, so.
Yeah.
I think after the court case. Oh,
Oh
what?
my!
In front
Oh,
of us? Oh my.
Okay,
Sorry,
well,
just
keep it in the
trying to
bedroom, you
get
two.
my-
Jesus Christ.
Just trying to get my phone
Come
out.
on! I
have
know
a
you're
run on my
excited,
full
but we
body
wish...
cast.
I kind of like you like this, though.
Keep your
Maybe I'll
toes under
keep you this way for a
control,
little
Troy.
bit.
Relax.
Not surprised to hear that.
Left, man.
Let me get this. I'm sorry.
Fine.
At least I got you and not the lawyer.
Hi guys, I'll toss the menu out for you.
I can't believe that the lawyer tried to argue because you didn't bleed, you didn't get hit by a car. That's the weirdest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Eat every time you get hit by a blunt object. Also, happy birthday to the ground was so good.
Who would we consider to be the good guy in the Captain America Civil War movie? Team Spider-Man, he's just there because he's having a good time.
Your food. I'm just getting the veggies mixed in with his meat.
Thank you.
Alright, food next.
Here and get some food.
Hi, Jimmy. Hey, can I get the double time with burger, soup, and 2 slushies, please?
Absolutely.
No worries. Double
Already got
time
her
with.
started.
Oh, you're good.
Burger, soup, and 2 slushies.
Yes, please.
Gonna charge her, babe. I think after state ID.
It's gonna be 1624.1. Thank you.
The food on the tray, just getting your drinks poured.
Perfect. Thank you.
I got my clipper and
Slightly surprised more people don't bring food trucks to court cases when they happen.
I made an extra produce order because I was like, you know what? We're gonna be here a while. People are going to get hungry.
Yeah, we had a bench trial last night that went for a while, and we were running around trying to get people fed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Frankie, what can I get you?
Hello.
You again, or were you able to
Who
get
I- I'll need the menu. Yeah, I forget which
Alright. Here,
what's truck and what's diner.
I may not have
you charge? Do you not? Yeah, I'll make sure you do.
Let me see. No, I just have the diner. I don't have the truck one.
Sister.
Oh, did you send it?
Sent it to her. Let me
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, yeah, let me do I'll do the burger and stuffed peppers and then a couple of slushies.
Alright. And Sydney, I'll get you charged.
Perfect.
Ready for your state ID.
11,681.
A bun on your head.
She's
got
been Gemma with her car when literally everybody else on the
2
scene
and
is
2.
saying otherwise. And then her girlfriend is saying that she was the first one that got shot. When again, that's not even how it happened.
Hey, Charlie, what can I get
so,
you?
You know, I'm just
2
wondering
and
if you
2
frame
fried
them that
chicken
way, or if they pick that
slushes.
up because they're dating.
We don't have the fried chicken, but we do have the burger. Will that be okay?
2 burgers and 2 slushies.
Okay.
You can put 2 of those burgers away? God damn. I'm impressed.
Heck yeah.
Charlie,
Baker,
what's
if you
your
want.
state ID?
8748.
If you want. I got your food. I'll buy it right here. Oh, I'm good. Don't worry about it. Just got a 50K food
Frankie,
check 'cause I haven't
I've got
fucking collected
your
it in 3 months.
on the tray.
Lavishly.
More time, Charlie.
8748.
10K.
8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748. 8748 Nothing?
And now you're Frankie?
Did you get that? 8748?
8748. I was having trouble
87.
hearing that first number too.
I was like, okay.
It's okay.
Your
Thank you.
drinks, yeah. And then we're gonna get Charlie's on there. You need the menu, sir?
No, I'm good.
Can I get you?
Can I do 2 of the stuffed peppers, 2 burgers, and 4 slushies?
All right.
Got it. Oops.
Thank you, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
And Sydney will get you all charged up.
What did he get? I'm sorry, I was working on.
Feed the fam.
Okay.
16204.
Y'all ready for this? Wait till she gets her food and walks away. You ready?
Here is yours. Oh, okay. Helps if I put on the tray. Yours, Charlie.
Thank you. Why you always lying? Why you fucking lying? Oh wait, you got a badge. That's why. Okay.
Damn, that's my girl. I know I'm outside because if I get inside.
Chat, we gotta go snatch that picture. Cause I got an idea for a meme. Hold on.
I can't believe we just all witnessed that so blatantly.
Well, to be fair, if you're gonna lie in the stand, you may as well lie. You know, you may as well lie with
Damn
your
it.
own fucking chest.
Yeah, it is exactly like Joy said.
The hilarious thing is you can actually go to their statement and be all like, right, that's not what you
Okay,
said.
I got this, chat. Hold on.
That's the thing. It's so fucking wild. It's like it's written down in black and white, and yet like still they try to pull that one. Don't get it. I just don't fucking get it.
See that with the deputy getting.
Did I miss the end?
No,
No, liberation.
I'll bet. Blended.
Park legally again.
I decided to try out the Mount Zona theory. Figure out if I get towed for that or not. Parking in the emergency bay at Zona.
That's interesting.
I think that's a loophole because you know it does say
That
for
would be
emergency
okay, right?
vehicles.
Yeah.
That is very smart, actually.
I'm blocking an active emergency bay anymore. It's just for emergency vehicles, you know?
It was funny, huh? Never not funny, dog. Never not funny. They'll never know.
Let me
They'll
call
never
Damien
know.
and we can see how that ends up in court.
Never find you.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that's a taco and a half.
I mean, I wouldn't mind some, but I'm not desperate. Okay, cool.
Annoyed at myself with being late.
Yeah, it was the beginning was very dull. I mean, the majority of it was very dull. It only got spicy when the officers perjured themselves.
I was still thinking that it was 8 Eastern, not 2. And sleep meds kicked my ass, so.
No, you're good.
Not gonna lie though, I'd be tempted to shoot a cop if this doesn't go right.
Depends on what you consider right.
Gemma winning damages. That's what I consider right here.
Yeah, I imagine. I mean, it's lit again. Imagine it's gonna be the same as yesterday. Depends on whether he regards the 5150 ruling on a. What's it? Whether Gemma's at fault.
Comparative damages. I think a good case was made with Frankie's closing. I think that Tunix's closing was really just ramshackle trying to piece shit together. Anybody bring up over the lack of internal investigation?
That never got brought up.
Charlie, that ranger that came out here, did he get on his radio by any chance?
I did not see him get on his radio now.
Perfect.
A little bit of stirring, chat. A little bit of stirring. Got a kick out of that? They choose you, Pikachu.
The map.
Charlie hates cops. She doesn't trust cops. There's only a couple cops that she'll tolerate because they don't push her buttons. But she hates cops because of what they did to her fiance. So all of this like Twinsta trolling and hate towards the cops, it just falls in under her storyline. So
Hey, Charlie.
yeah, what's up?
Fucking meme. No, I was just saying that meme was amazing.
It's true.
Oh.
What do you think of that perjury?
Well,
Perjury, bro.
I'm there for the perjury, unfortunately. I came in during the wait for deliberation, no, for closing, pardon.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
okay.
Here we see the PD in its natural habitat swarming back to their vehicles in order to do something.
Ah,
That's a lot of beats.
I love them beeps.
That was so satisfying.
It is.
The doors off the back of the Go-Go's truck.
More than one illusion is at the back of the truck. Here we. Fuck is that?
Why are they running around with guns? What about with the crazy police stuff in the background? I think that's fun.
Stay in that direction. I'm good.
Yeah, baby boy. I'm not good, baby.
Who do I send the pictures to?
What was that?
The pictures to.
Here, I'll put my ad up in the directory.
We're just gonna go check on the cars, chat. Okay, here.
Yeah, everything's fine.
There was some cops and firefighters over there and a bunch of beeping. I'm just making sure.
There was an explosion somewhere in the distance.
Oh.
I don't think it happened here, but he's already
There
gone.
was a
So.
whole explosion, I think.
Transfer?
Depends what it hit. I don't know. He wasn't paying
You
attention.
transferred?
It did, yeah.
What is that, Polito?
Stanley.
Oh, good for you. Good for you not being part of the dog shit department anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, all of them have their quirks, but you know.
It's your food. Just
Yeah,
your drinks poured.
like 60%
Whoever
rottenness
is
club.
next, what would you like?
Yeah, I knew it was a different area, but you know.
Can't confirm nor deny, you know.
I was like, wait a minute. What if it was like, you know?
A lot of rank on
Change the
there.
hairstyle.
I'm not going to do that, JJ. We've had this conversation.
Quit being Coughlin.
What do you say?
The doppelganger of my
Right in
boyfriend,
there
could
is
you
your drink,
quit being
Corbin.
Well, no, hold on.
No, I'm not the doppelganger. What the
Hold on.
fuck?
We can use this to our advantage. All that we have to do is,
Wait, that's.
in the event
Oh no,
that
it was
super
two. Hold
nefarious
on.
crime happens, we just wipe
Sometimes
off
when
JJ's
the other one gets
eyeliner, and
poured.
then we'd be like,
No,
how do you know it
sometimes when
wasn't
the
Megan?
other one gets poured, I don't immediately see the
Just
cup.
draw a little beard on JJ.
I gotta go, I think.
You want to get identity theft.
Has a beard.
Anyway.
He already has a beard
What do you like?
drawn on him.
I don't have a beard. I don't have a beard. I have a
do you
mustache.
do you have face art?
Because I shave every morning.
Wait, what's the name in your native language for that?
what? Of the what?
And there's the peppers and the slush. I'm getting your food right now, Marcy.
In your native language, like
How do you say mustache in Spanish?
Yeah.
Porn stash.
Oh,
Bigote.
oh, yeah. Okay, that's very different.
Bigote. Sounds like a very bad word. Yeah, I know. In English.
That's also.
Copy that.
She did punch him in the face.
Last syllable is ote, but I can't hear the first syllable. I think it's the fountain.
Probably deserved it.
Bigote.
You feeling okay?
Marcy? I get you, Measure.
Honestly,
Your uniform is different. Are you not highway anymore?
Other people heard that as well, right? Like,
Literally as of like an
Yeah.
hour ago, because you were wearing the trooper uniform.
I
right?
literally
Around like normal for a little bit, so then I went to take.
Also, what did you say you wanted?
Because I
one or
thought that
two?
I thought only I heard it.
Just whatever.
there were a few explosions.
I only heard the one.
Yeah, I heard the one.
Became, yeah,
only
I
heard
heard one.
I told Troy on you.
Whoever, or whatever.
Oh, I
Yeah, she did.
definitely
She
didn't hear that.
snitched.
It's crazy.
To have
You're a
your mom
snitch.
call
What the
my
fuck?
mom. So I called your mom
Okay,
first,
well,
so
I-
she can call my mom.
Yeah,
I said you call your mom so she can call mine. Shake hands on it, but you
Yeah,
didn't
I,
do that.
I only
did
heard
you?
one
Can't really shake hands,
explosion,
they're
but then I
Was it
wasn't
at the back of the
sure.
courthouse? Please don't let my car have gotten blown
Text, you
up.
can't shake hands.
I
What do you mean through text?
drove
Okay.
back to the courthouse. I didn't see his house
Terrorism.
blown up.
It was threatened through
I
text.
think
Oh,
whatever
okay, good.
happened was along the side because there was a police officer there who was having a fire extinguisher sprayed on
I
them.
think it was like
Oh,
around there.
okay.
Okay, well, I don't know whether your car explosion happened then.
What the fuck?
Threatened to commit terrorism on me.
Working at Harmony for so long, I became desensitized to explosions with as much as the gas pumps next door always blew up.
What?
Things used to explode around pillbox constantly.
I've seen it before. No, I think I saw it on my way down.
Oh, that's the car that Gemma said I'm not allowed to have.
I'm just at the stairs with these guys. I'm not sure.
Looks like somebody who's never seen a Ferrari tried to draw one.
A wooden steering wheel, though.
See that?
Hmm.
Steering wheel would be great against vampires. Just shove them on the steering wheel if you find one.
A designer who really loved Ferraris, but was also strangely in love with the Stratum.
Yeah.
See, there we go. It looks like a Stratum.
It does not. look
Little
like a
baby stratum. What if we never
Car.
talked about
Baby
that?
stratum.
Oh, she's
Which
not.
car?
That is not a baby stratum.
Picked up by a trooper, brought here because of the Molotov thingy, and then
My fancy Italian sports cars. I want them to
the
look
trooper
like
left.
a family car.
It's unique. And I mean, I own a brisket.
Always been good.
I'm a judge now.
This is fair.
Oh, okay.
Also, you're the one who's argued you want a vampire wife. Why would you want a wooden steering wheel to kill a vampire?
Who's the want to kill a vampire?
The
Me
hell? What
too.
did I do?
Prepare it if you have the wooden steering wheel.
Not this again.
She began. She started this.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an innocent being.
He is an innocent being.
Yeah, you would say
Innocent
To be like Blade.
being.
Yeah, he
Blade was a great movie.
Motherfucker's always trying to ice skate up there.
I am. What do you mean?
Well, you guys should marry so you don't have to testify.
Ops.
I'm gonna be honest, I would love to be in a raid without getting showered by blood.
Why?
I don't know, it's an experience.
You committed terrorism. You're going
Oh,
Kinda hot.
Maybe not real
you
blood.
should get married
Maybe like
just to not have to
Red-
testify against each other.
red
There
blood,
should be more.
red colored water or something.
Hell no, fuck marriage.
That's fucked up.
You're making me
I
dizzy,
would
bro.
realize, I would realize it's not real blood because it wouldn't taste like iron.
See, we go with
I thought
non-blood
that food
liquid,
was for me.
like non-brewed condiment. All the chemical
Oh, I
components
thought you
of
needed
blood,
food.
but it isn't from a human body.
Being covered in blood can be super hot as long as you know what the source of it was.
sure they didn't
everything.
blade.
Covered in unknown blood. That's you know.
Ay, ay, ay. Just chilling here anyway, and then we were joking on EMS radio. They're liable, but like, how much is the department liable?
You know what exploded?
I didn't see. I think it might have been like a car or truck or something.
Sal seems to be talking to an officer up there right now.
These reels are crazy. Didn't know about this shit. Oh. Jeez.
Where do you guys think Harvey's gonna land?
I could not say.
How do I post the reel?
They only showed up at closings,
Oh, gotcha.
but hearing that those
I mean-
two lied about shit.
Yeah, based on the facts and evidence, medical report clearly says that it happened. I think it's
Yeah.
pretty damning. And them trying to claim that they didn't shoot at her, it's like, how the fuck else did she get warlorded?
Yeah,
Warlord herself.
Saying she shot when she still has all bullets in her gun.
If I had to guess, I'd say because she pulled the gun, they're gonna say no waiving the qualified immunity.
Yeah, I think there's a definitely a good chance of that. I'm hoping that I pushed far enough that
Your closing was
that a
good, by the way.
reasonable defensive. Oh, thank you.
It's there.
I was staring into the back of Max's head the entire time.
I think the best thing that we can hope that comes from this is like anyone being held accountable for the things that they actually do wrong, like, you know, lying on the stand, lording some.
Yeah.
Really all I want.
I hate that it's you guys that keep having to prove them wrong.
Yeah. Well, the evidence also does a lot with like all of the statements that corroborate the events that our side is arguing, and then they have two people get on the stand and say, well, no, that just didn't actually happen at all. Like, okay.
Yeah, I wish I had been there so I actually knew what happened. So I was just sitting there listening and I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, Lopez just straight up said that she never ran into Gemma. Like,
Yeah, and whenever Max was just like, yeah, no, the evidence shows this, and I'm like, no, the evidence does not show that at all. You talk your shit,
Yeah.
bud.
The witnesses are like, she got hit going forward and then backwards. And then it's like, you know what a rambar is?
yeah.
And he said that JJ contradicted Gemma's statement. Yeah, well, JJ may have not noticed her bike being disabled, like her bike not being disabled the first time she got on, but it's disabled the second time.
Am I getting this right from the testimony? Is that they hit the bike and then hit it again when she got on?
Yeah, once she was on it, she hit it again. Yep. and like from a dead stop too. Like car was not moving.
Yeah,
She
I got
off
the in the
bike,
parking spot
ran
part.
with the bike. Yeah. And then Gemma found the bike disabled. She got off the bike and tried to get around the illusion to get to the
That part I
Sultan
got.
and got
It
yeah,
backed up, hit her, then she got shot while she was down there.
exactly. Yeah.
Shooting a defenseless person while they're down on the ground should be a big deal.
Shooting someone while they're in cuffs is also dumb, and that Aaron had to deal with that, and that was stupid.
Yeah.
Agreed. Surprising. When he walked in here, he had that like tow driver energy, you know, like he was about to ask, "Is it? Do you drive a gray in color something?"
Oh yeah, the dude with the parachute.
Yeah.
I have my I put like an hour and a half on the thing.
I parked over with the club at Blackbird.
I showed up later and I didn't think to park over at Blackbird because I just wanted to get in here as quickly as I could. And I
Yeah, yeah.
didn't know where they parked.
I usually park around back. It's over by the police station. There's a few spots. Very
Still
convenient.
a spot right on the side.
That's my favorite spot to tow over here. As people park over there, they're like, "I'm safe," and then don't pay their. No, to be honest, we don't really tow from over here anymore that much. Used to be more of a hotbed when the hospital was. Take the laps
Yeah,
around
that
here.
makes sense. Yeah.
I worked at across the street, that little cubby place across from Zona. That's where all of us would park, because that's where we were
Oh,
told
yeah.
to park. And someone put a tow truck in there, and I'm like, why? Why would you do this? Now you're blocking all of our parking spots. Then I moved up to the Polito Medical Center because I couldn't be fucked with working in Zona anymore. It killed me every day.
Yeah. Is it more like a people thing for you or just location?
People.
Yeah.
Then I quit because Q's a bitch.
So I've heard.
Regulations that all of them were putting on were like, I understood some of them, but then they started getting stricter and stricter and stricter. I was like, I'm not providing medical for a whole group of people who are not going to come all the way down to the city for a scrape.
Yeah.
I recently towed a cop car that's on the back of my truck right now.
Okay, you realize that the cop car.
Yes.
Hey, give me a second, Jeff.
wearing cuffs.
What if both?
What, the cuffs were in front of you and behind you?
Yeah.
What are you trying to do as fugitive?
What if you have like your hands on the side, and your left hand is at the front, and your right hand is behind you?
You have a chain in between your legs.
Yeah.
You can floss and clean your ass at the same time.
Shackled the AF.
That sounds painful.
I've been I've been tangled up in chains like that. It's not comfortable, but it's not comfortable in a good way.
Alright, I'm back. I'm out of here. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I took someone a bench yesterday, Southside Jackson, and he requested one of those like old school shackles with a big ass cannonball. He said, I don't think I can do that.
Can only be on so many channels. I'll stay on one if you're gonna handle two.
I can sit on two with and listen. Just talking about tow drivers.
Well, yeah, somebody was getting towed.
Not in the mood for Richard Marks. The monkeys. Yeah, I don't like that. What a chat.
I have a question. Are all of the police here to watch their two own commit perjury, or are they just genuinely frightened that something's going to happen here?
No, we're only here because of Molotov.
You guys were here before the Molotov. Let's be real.
There were like 10 cops in there before. Wait, okay, so for one, that was a Molotov that got thrown over there? That's what happened? I wasn't sure. I saw the fire extinguisher, so I assumed, but I wasn't positive.
Hi there.
That was very, very hot.
So, what would you like?
Did the car blow up, or did I just hear shit?
No, nothing blew up.
Was there an explosion at roughly the same time, but I think it was like unrelated. It sounded like it came from Zona.
Alright, just one of each?
If your parts are explosive, you need to... I don't know. Eating gunpowder?
That Percy back there?
Kiki gave it to me, and I don't want to say no.
Hey, what can I get you, bud?
Smart.
Fair, I get it.
Ooh, okay.
Very kind lady, and I feel bad. So
Mom issues.
no, I have like two already.
You have mommy issues. I'm gonna be honest.
I have two mothers already. I don't have issues.
hold
I feel
on.
like
No,
double
no,
the
you
mother,
don't.
double the issues.
I do.
Honestly.
Winston, can you control your son?
Son.
Paisley is his mom.
My son.
Hey,
Paisley is
literally
his
called
mom.
me.
Why
Never
would
mind,
Winston be
whatever.
his father?
Troy is also. Yep.
So Paisley and Troy are his mothers? That make him your
I
cousin
keep saying not mom.
or
so
your nephew, JJ?
No, he's weird. He kept calling me brother.
Jay's the dad.
I'm like, what?
Hold on, nah. That's crazy.
Oh.
He's not my relative.
Okay.
Paisley told me to call you brother, so I called you brother.
I'm not your brother.
That's a
I'm
really
not your
weird
brother.
As
I'm
long
not
as you
your
don't
uncle,
charge
I'm
yourself
not
a million times for it.
I mean, I don't
It's just the one family bush.
One family bush, really.
Yeah, no, because the family bush, there was two family bushes, and then they absorbed each other. So now it's just a night fear, Scott. Yeah, the hedge.
The Knight McPherson tree is so much worse.
God, just it makes it sound like you just stood there and just tap 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 tap
Yeah,
tap 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 tap.
except Kiki. Okay, but at which connection of Paisley? Because there's a couple there. Liam got shafted.
Confirmed family reject.
Your senses and quit the PD, then.
Oh, I need to go to the ATM real quick so some tow driver doesn't try to take Goko's.
Oh yeah, we already.
No one has told you in the last 3 minutes. You're annoying.
I think anyone's ever actually told her that.
Don't do it. He will,
I
he's
knew
gonna
it.
pull the gun, shoot the floor, and then shoot us.
It's okay, I'll just win my first felony. I'll get this one.
No, now he's gonna shoot the ground.
Execute.
The ground. Gonna kill us all.
The ground didn't deserve that.
Justice for the ground.
Where did that joke? Where did that come from? Who shot the ground?
According to Maxwell Tunix, so the first shot that got fired was apparently by Deputy Claire Alase at the ground.
Alasa claims
'cause
she's not the
she's
first
not
one
a-
that shot.
It's funny because she's an officer with the LSPD, so that wouldn't even be a deputy.
She was a deputy at the time of the PPSO.
Oh, that's crazy.
Because she was so fucking embarrassed.
Imagine
that she left.
transferring, dude.
You say that cringe? Damn it, my bingo.
But yeah. Basically what he's saying is like, my client couldn't have shot Gemma because she only shot the ground. Which raises the question of why the fuck was she shooting the ground? Is she stupid?
It's
If she
honestly
tried
the
to
dumbest defense.
ricochet shoot you,
Maybe that was it. Maybe
Going
it's
for
like
that.
wanted.
Yeah, wanted, where she like arced a bullet or something, but she really.
I don't know if you guys
fucked up.
seen The Rookie, but like someone shoots the ground with a shotgun and it like ricochets underneath the car into someone's leg. Crazy shit, man.
What?
It does.
It's fucking wild.
That sounds pretty badass, but also impossible.
I mean, yeah,
Go, just let me know what you'd like.
Huh?
I'll get it started.
The shotgun is not gonna
And there goes the
ricochet off the ground.
Wait for this chat.
BBs would.
What would you like?
to be fair, it depends on distance.
Inform some of you, but yes, bullets do ricochet. This is a thing that does happen. However, if it is ricocheting, it's not going to go as deep as it would if it was a non-ricochet shot because some of the momentum is going to be absorbed by initially hitting the ground. But there have been cases where people have been hit either by ricochets or even like, you know, when people shoot their guns up in the air on like holidays, there are people who have died from that because then the bullets fall back down amazingly, and sometimes when they're falling, they hit people.
You mean to tell me they don't go into
and
space?
Sydney will get you guys charged up.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah, what the hell?
Okay, but I have a very serious question. If she shot the ground, why didn't the ground bleed?
the ground get hit with a Aleutian rambar as well?
Funny. I got hit by her going forward, and then she backed up and hit me again. Earlier, Kiki got hit by her going backwards. Why do you have a rambar mark? Bitch, did you not listen to what she just said?
He did say that his phone was a little slow.
I just was not paying attention to anything. A rambar.
How are you CID if you're this dumb?
Wow.
It's not about being dumb, forehead. It's about not paying attention.
There you go, Trooper.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. JJ gives off a real sibling rivalry energy with Measure.
He fucking hates me for
Really
my
does,
haircut,
yeah.
even though I had this before I knew you existed, man. For a hat. Have you not seen that thing? The big ass like UFO on my head?
Oh my god, the way JJ acts with Measure is the same way I act with Sean.
Oh, it totally is. Oh no. And me and Kiki.
Don't you walk away. Don't you
walking
act like
away.
don't act like you're Charlie and we made comments about sex.
I'm walking away.
I'm not. Listen, we're not going there.
Well, JJ's my brother.
Just replacing.
Oh, just get some support.
Get new brother.
Make this ball.
We're going inside.
Flip is a
Criminal
terrible.
threats, is that? Whoa, whoa.
Can you criminally threaten her?
Hits me like that, man. Kill us. Only hair.
Didn't you say that was a thing in the PD a long time ago where they used to all like shave each other or like dye each other's hair or something? I seem to recall you talking about some like redheaded people or bald people
Oh,
or
red
something.
gang? Yeah, those red hair gang. So that was Anita. I don't remember the
Shit, I
Bayo
forgot.
boys.
Hold on.
Yeah, it was a bunch of the deputies. They all started shaving their heads.
Definitely knew about red hair gang.
You gotta tell me if you're allergic to something, sir.
No, because you gave it to me, so I eat it.
You did not eat it.
I did.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Oh my
hold on.
God.
I didn't fart yet. Okay, chill out.
You literally said it was a bomb.
Okay. My fart is a bomb. I didn't say I farted here.
He said we heard a bomb, and you said
time bomb.
you farted.
That sounds like conclusions made by you, not by me. What's your hearsay? It's like this. Sorry, it's really just become a muscle memory. A patrol partner does that all the time, and now it's in my head, and I just can't not do it.
Alright, I'm calm.
I'm glad you've calmed down.
I feel like we have to, you know, talk one-on-one sometime and just, you know, this out, man. Because you have some weird hatred for me. I don't know why. It's just hair. Choose for my hair to grow this way. I just cut the sides off. If I don't, I look like fucking.
What the hell, JJ?
I don't touch dogs. We have canines.
You know, you'd be shocked. Some people have. That's been like, hey, yo, what the fuck?
I don't randomly pet dogs because we have canines, and when I did that, I got my arm almost bit off.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. That's the reason I make best friends with all the canines when they're off duty. That's the play.
Canines are great, just not when they're wearing the vest. Two cute pups, just you know.
I have a question.
Oh,
Has the
dude.
PD ever considered putting wires on the canines and sending them out to infiltrate groups?
You should probably ask FIB, not me.
Fuck.
Good response.
Those guys are like the wire and the like sending people in type deal. A pay grade. Matter of fact, about everything the PD deals with is above my pay grade.
I'm gonna be honest, it seems like most of what they do is above their own pay grade too, so...
Yeah, we don't get paid shit. Oh wait, Winston, now I have to say you look really good in an LSSD uniform.
God.
Pushing it.
Of course. Maybe Winston.
Crazy. Wait, why?
He just looks exactly like me.
Look anything like you. Here. Prime's
Well,
my
I
boy,
mean-
actually. He's my brother in arm.
Your brother in arm?
He's my
Single
boyfriend.
arm?
Sure.
I'm stealing him from his girlfriend.
What?
I said what I said.
With the person that you're dating now.
I forgot her name. Wait, what? Person that I'm dating now, huh?
Yeah. Aren't you dating someone now?
We're going on dates. We're not dating.
Okay.
Who are you dating?
We're going on dates. We're not dating.
Never told me.
Did?
Fuck boy shit right there.
No, I took her on a date, but we're not dating. I don't
She
know how
wants to
hard
go
that
on a
is to
second
understand.
one though.
Well, I want to go on a second one.
Did she say next time?
Yeah, she did say next time, so I guess she wants to as well. That's pretty cool.
She said for next time, then
Wicked.
that means she wants a second date.
Pretty wicked. Did that shit.
Any food, Nikov?
Yes, please.
Alright.
Time, that guy who murdered a fucking deer was there.
Oh, I'll fix that. Menu.
Fucking
I
lucky,
hate
you
you.
know
I
that?
just tend to forget about hiring people to the food truck because we have the restaurant.
Didn't forget your one, pussy. That wasn't me.
James, are you gonna let him call you like that?
Oh, James and I are brothers too. Don't worry. Just brothers with hatred, like you and me, JJ.
I'm pretty sure JP is Paisley's new son, so yeah, that would make you
Oh.
brothers.
I am not a brother of these two.
JP is Paisley's son.
Look identical.
Not my nephew either.
Yeah, I'm her not son. Yeah, we're all brothers, but I'm her not son.
Yuck.
Do we have like a tab of this family bush? Because I'm kind of confused.
Yeah.
Marcy has one.
Okay.
I only have this map.
Is that like a hierarchy thing, or? Sounds like I would open that and look at it like as if it's a fucking ranking structure.
I have the day off tomorrow. I'm very excited about it.
If Kelly ever actually, coming around normal, he may or may not actually be my son, and I just forgot for a minute. So, thought to the bush if he ever starts coming around. Okay.
Wicked.
That map only has one pop on it.
You didn't include the what's it, the old guy?
No, because Paisley was like, I don't actually.
Hey, what do you want?
Gotta be two.
No, that's wrong. There's two cops because the other is Tom.
Have your your food's on the tray.
All right, I'm coming over here, but if there's any more tab A into slot B talk, I'm leaving.
Into what talk?
What? Are you talking about sex? Talking about how Winston and Troy's chosen our lock at night.
Okay, I'm gonna go to
Sex.
bed. I've heard enough. This is, yep, that's fine.
talking about?
Okay. Hey, bye guys.
Yeah, we're
Good night.
both struggling
Bye.
with the body cast. There's none of that really going on at the moment.
God, did we
I'm
leave
confused about tab A, slot B.
What about slot C?
Yeah, I don't know. Just maybe tea.
Whoa.
How many food?
I didn't think so either.
Not the slot C! Not the slot C! What
Yeah, we
the
can take
fuck?
some right now.
Oh my god.
It's probably a home baby. It's probably in the room.
Forcing you to take tomorrow off? You need to take tomorrow
Camp
off.
doggy house, one of the two, but it's
You
in
need to
one of
take
those two
tomorrow
places, 'cause
off.
that's where they go. God, you have spent too much time with
Aggression
this
for
lady.
your truck. It's done nothing wrong. Oh my god.
Fucking love this outfit.
It's just doing truck things.
How long have we been waiting on a verdict?
For a while.
Like 5 days. Yeah, but think about it this way: if you go back early,
Those like
you're
Twilight
gonna hurt
Zones
yourself worse,
time.
and
No,
then
it's
you're
been
gonna have to be
53
off
minutes at
longer
least.
with no money. See?
Yeah, hi.
Think of it
About
that
an
way.
hour.
This is
Need a menu?
Think of it
Hey
that
guys,
way.
crazy question.
Welcome back, Birkenstocks.
You. Okay, you're disgusting. First off. Second,
I just want a one-on-one surprise.
any of you down to
Okay.
north?
Down to what?
Are you
I'm
trying to bum a
stranded.
ride?
No.
Use
I'm
your
so
radio.
fucking stranded.
Did they
That's right.
leave
We
you
got
with no
abandoned
car?
here.
There's a bunch
Wait,
of cops
so-
here, but they're not gonna leave, and I do want to leave because I need to hit the sack and go to bed.
Just steal one of their cars.
I am paddy wagon.
Surely they won't notice slash mind.
Go to slash
give your brother
mine.
a ride.
Somebody's leaving now. Go, go, go. Oh, never mind.
Prime, give your brother a ride, man. Come on.
Prime.
What? I don't have a car. I actually
Give your
don't have
brother
car.
a ride.
There's no way you don't. You out of all
did.
people should have a
I
car.
got a ride here.
What's wrong with you?
If only there's not keys to a car that you have access to that you definitely didn't get flagged for a warrant related to an ATM robbery that the flag
Oh,
was
yeah,
still
that
on
one. I
there.
remember that. I did that.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Where'd you need to go?
LSD. I just need to fucking sleep.
Could take you, but you need a helmet.
So I
Drop
just
me in
need to
Sandy and
fucking-
I can run. It's fine. I'll just pull my gun out, and if anyone approaches me, I'll shoot them in the head.
No, shoot the ground, remember? Shoot the ground.
Legally. Oh yeah, shoot
No,
the
you
ground.
gotta shoot the
Sorry,
ground,
sorry,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry. My bad.
And then claim they shot first.
You're saying she's paddy wagon, does transportation.
Which one is yours?
I'm
And
kidnapping.
happy birthday to the ground.
Yes.
My dad is not a phone.
Don't need your handouts.
Oh, my dad, that's a cell phone.
I don't mind driving around the paddy wagon. It's not bad. Alright.
There's so many things to throw on the ground.
You do. Not what I did, it's what Paisley didn't do.
Oh.
Come get your food.
Not do.
Yeah.
This is where I'm at right now, Kiki. Bear with me. Okay, now I gotta throw up out. I gotta throw up. Okay. Trying really hard not to kick the tray again. Okay.
Thank you.
Here's yours, cat.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Alright. So I love your outfit. You look gorgeous. It's Elsa vibes yet again.
I actually just sent someone a meme, Elsa, putting her hair up. Alrighty, y'all take care.
You too. Good to see you. She used to work here.
Oh, was that Catriel?
Yeah.
Can't you ever become a cop?
Ranger.
Yeah, she's a ranger. She's Ellie.
The mom
That's
of
Ellie's
the
mom.
of the fox.
Yep, that's Ellie's mom.
Really?
Huh?
Oh yeah, I
That's
knew
why
about
she
this
stopped
before.
showing up. Yeah, that's why she stopped showing up after, you know.
She stopped showing up because she became a cop.
I mean, we've proven that corruption is a sexually transmitted disease based on both the way that Strong Rock's been acting and the way that Claire Lassay's been acting. Now let's find
I
out if it's.
appreciate our commitment to science.
Now we have to find out if it's hereditary. We'll find out whether or not Kat starts doing shit too.
I mean, for our next episode.
We claim we're a science club.
Odd.
See?
Just doing science experiments.
Science, bitch.
Science rule.
Bill Nye.
Bill.
There it is. I do understand that there are some people in this group that do not understand the Bill Nye experience.
I understand Bill.
Ever watch Bill Nye the Science Guy there, Winston?
Winston will never know the experience of when your teacher didn't feel like teaching, so they'd roll out the television and put on Bill Nye.
On the like cheap ass like.
The television that was on like the roller cart, yeah.
Do you remember them rolling out TVs? But usually it would be like, you know, last day of the year, so they'd be like, guess what? Fuck maths, it's Lion King. Be like,
No,
okay,
this
I'm
would
going to
happen in
sleep.
the middle of the year sometimes.
I never had that experience. Instead
We had decent education.
in high school they did that with the projectors.
It was homeschooled.
I forgot to experience that then.
I only reached 3rd grade.
Really? Over my shoulder and I saw Sal, and for a moment it was very, oh Lord, he coming.
Definitely made the 10 Osiris joke over the radio. I forgot I was on, and then both Sal and Sydney just started like running around over there, and it was just like,
I was like, I'm gonna be very calm. I'm just gonna go do like a casual walk around. But I was like, she's not answering. What's happening?
You're looking very dapper today.
Sal needs food.
Foodies, please.
Please?
Gotta dress up for court.
Just getting them.
Well, yeah.
Give you the menu, Sal, and Gemma will get you.
Can you
I only had time to take a quick shower and run here because I forgot.
Oh,
it was
would you want?
Can I have uppies so I can think for a
Of
bit?
course you could have up.
I woke up, you know,
God.
halfway through that case. I took the time to
I
get
need
dressed.
you to speak up because I can't.
Honestly, the majority of the case was just arguing that it felt like a pedantic argument about what was it again?
You guys are a criminal gang. We are supposed to shoot you.
I feel like Tunix forgot that this wasn't a criminal like case, and that this wasn't about the fact that Gemma was doing crime. We're not
No, 'cause
denying that
his-
she committed a
no,
crime.
No, no, 'cause his
it's about
argument-
how the
his
PD handled
argument-
it.
Yeah, no, his argument is though that it's applying to the case law. Is it 5150? Did she put herself in a situation by committing felonies and so on that she would get shot? Therefore, if she, you know, more likely than not shown that she was culpable for the crimes and her own actions, then yeah, she doesn't get any relief.
Yeah, I was talking to
Harking on
Frankie
so
about.
much about it.
I don't think she'll get any relief, but I really hope they get some repercussions for what they.
You should be fired.
Yeah.
Perjury.
And they should get fucking felonies for that.
And I think just the fact that she pulled the gun is probably enough to be like, nope. Even though, you know, obviously I'd rather she win, but
I don't know. Since it's lit, I can see it going the same way that it went yesterday. Qualified immunity, but still get relief. Were you in the right to shoot? Yes. Shoot your shot? Probably not.
yeah, I think that's probably best case scenario.
experience of Harvey Lent is he tends to be pretty black and white about things.
Yesterday really threw me off because I was thinking about it and I was like, if I was a judge in this scenario, as fucked as it was, I kind of imagine that basically wasn't going to get anything from it. Well, and the argument, honestly, the argument about them being too close, it being on him was kind of a wild one, but I'm surprised and glad it worked in our favor. Because the counter argument is, he's a police officer, like he needs to go speak to them. Also, the melee range is like 21 yards. Like it's fucking far.
You are correct. You don't have to be happy about it. I
Yeah,
just
but
want
at
you
the
to
same
get
time, he
better.
admitted himself that he combat rolled backwards. There was no way he was in range to be stabbed when he chose to open fire.
You underestimate
no
how far
warnings
21
to put it
yards is.
down?
Yeah, the no warnings is bullshit. Like I'm with you guys 100% in bullshit and shouldn't have been shot, but also I could see a judge turning around and going,
It was a weird one saying that, yeah, QI wasn't pierced, but you're still getting damages.
yeah,
That threw me off.
threw me off as well.
Not how QI works here.
Buddy.
Honestly, like the range that I was taught about like how far you should be if somebody has a melee weapon is like the front of that cop illusion behind me, maybe midway through this green car to my left. It is a big fucking distance.
It's huge.
Yeah. But like if you're shooting someone and they're charging at you, and I don't mean just because the city people stay up longer, like just in general, if adrenaline's pumping through someone, and they're putting bullets in you, they could still get close enough to stab you. You really, really have to have a huge distance to be able to
Yeah, especially with that
avoid
armor.
damage.
You're right.
It's wild.
Hey Sal, did you find out that the FIB has a car that looks exactly like yours?
I just told I'm glad I could inspire her with my car.
I can barely see out of this window. Is that you back there, Katie?
I thought it was 21 feet, not 21 yards.
Can I get started for you? Do you need
The wrong room. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, please, that'd be great.
I mostly know it by eye.
Well, that's
You're right.
Oh. If it's 21 feet, that's like 2 car lengths.
It was feet. Thank you.
Trying to do a funny gift for Sean now to find a better one because this one's too big.
Yeah. I mean, that's about 2 car lengths. Well, a little more than 2 car lengths is what I said.
It is approximately.
It's not too far off. Maybe more like 3 of the distance you.
I'll take the 2 waffles and 2 hot chocolates, please.
Fair play to Frankie. Defense lawyer is fucking rough.
It's gonna be 10120.
It's usually a prosecution lawyer.
I don't think Frankie is so. Frankie is so inclined.
Are you two okay? You seem a little worse for wear.
Some douchebag ran me over in front of my house earlier, so I broke my arm.
I know how that is, getting run over by people.
It sucks, but I'm fine.
Which one?
On the train, just working on the waffles right now.
Crunchy, crunchy.
God damn it! Excuse me.
Hey.
Wow, James.
Oh my god.
I'll be right back.
We're just her target today.
It's okay. I think I'm okay. Ow.
I left you a tip on the tray.
Thank you.
I heard another glass smash.
You as well.
know you often hear that around the courthouse, but also that could actually be dangerous.
All gathered.
My car looks fine because it's parked over there.
I assume it's
Is
that
it fine?
shitty orange car over there.
What the fuck?
What?
Oh yeah, what is
Shit,
that? orange
it's not
car?
shitty.
Oh. Oh my god.
Mhm.
I love orange.
It looks like a Matchbox car.
I support my wife. The car is not. It's not shitty.
Sound like
Gemma
you really
sounds
believe
so
what you're saying. Are
Gemma
you
really
okay?
believes in what she's saying.
It's a nice car.
To hold your hand.
Yes,
I
it's a
think
nice
people have
car.
to say it's a nice car, but different strokes for different folks, okay?
And that one had the strokes of. Never mind. Never mind.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Gemma. What's up?
Listen, not everyone likes the way the Stratum looks.
I
I
hate.
like the way this.
They just like how it drives.
Yeah, yeah.
How warm is that outfit?
It's fucking hot, but given that there's already been a Molotov thrown,
Harvard Lit is doing this one.
You heard that?
Yeah.
Sharp is that, you buddy?
Decent time.
Pretty sure you could buy one because I remember seeing it in the showroom on one of the like little show floor things. But I also remember it being like, I think $40,000.
Yeah, it was a significant amount of money.
So as I was running inside, the firefighter said, "I'm hot as hell in this firefighter outfit, but considering there was a Molotov recently, I guess he's here in case." That's funny.
Well, yeah, there was one like thrown at the back of the courthouse apparently.
Yeah, they're just ready.
Unless he's just a stripper.
Could be a stripper. In that case, he might want to keep that on though.
I just found this promotional line for the Euphoria. Euphoria, sporting a deceitful bread van look, could course any sportster through Hell's Bakery.
Bread van?
Yep, bread van.
There's a car for a baker?
So,
Is that Mossberg just doing continuous circles around the area?
Probably.
Surprised.
Gonna make it the orchard vehicle.
My car does look like the back of a pizza oven.
How the fuck are you gonna make that the orchard vehicle?
Oh, I'm painting it green.
That car looks like if it hit a puddle, it would just drown.
Orange one, right?
How are you gonna drive that thing in mud?
I used to drive the brisket, and then everybody complained.
It kind of looks like someone was trying to make a horse, a hearse, but they wanted it to be sporty.
there is a promotional
That's
shot here
GTI.
of it with a spoiler, and the spoiler makes it look better.
Oh, let me
check
that.
something.
If there's no signs, it's not signs that say no entry or anything. Probably good.
Where's Miss Night going?
Really are just slow rolling over and over.
I started running and the car got fast.
Yeah. Whole time.
Did you hear what that firefighter said? They're just ready for us to like yeet a fucking Molotov.
So, yeah, no, that's
How creative. And
one of the Play-Doh peeps up there.
That's because you're looking at it from the front.
I don't think she'd appreciate it.
The reason she's in that suit is because, you know,
Yeah, because you know
she had a bit of a spicy taco out, and somebody saw him with it.
I'm not gonna lie though.
Okay,
I don't understand why the cops think we're gonna molly our own
I
fucking.
know, right?
Multiple of them, Lego or Legos.
Because I was just thinking, if I was thinking hard and someone placed me in that store that's under construction and I came to, I was like, where the fuck was I? That would definitely take me for a loop. Ooh, good tea. Parked on red.
That is a good tea.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Yeah,
they would be
Damien, how's
so
things
mad
going?
about that.
Yes, they would. Which is incredibly satisfying. Why is it so fun to piss them off?
It's because they always overreact to everything, and it's fun.
Boy, do they. Fucking hell.
It's over on that side, right? Yeah, it is.
I like it.
Yeah.
That car looks like something that Lightning McQueen would have in a porn magazine. And the car.
Listen, I was literally thinking the same thing.
It's the, wait,
Back of
it's
it
the
is very. She lifted her flaps.
Stroking his little fingers to it.
Cheeky!
the back of it is before sex. The front of it is after.
I need this court case to end so I can go to PDM.
If you go spend $40,000 on a car.
Get up!
No.
Get up.
No.
When my mom didn't answer my phone call, so I said I'm gonna go play in traffic because if I get hit by a car, then she has to pay attention to me.
I convinced her to get up.
I fell.
I didn't get hit by a car, but she.
How's about this, right?
Yes.
If you don't get up, I give you a ticket for
First
jaywalking.
reaction might be to shoot the pavement.
Jaywalking? I'm not moving.
Okay, then impeding traffic.
Are we low on our quota
fair.
this month?
No. I mean, but it's just like it's kind of dangerous. I don't want to get hit by a car.
Uh-huh.
It's Mossberg. I'm not 100% though.
It's kind of dangerous, no?
Uh-huh.
To be fair, if she gets hit by a car, that's her own choice, and
I mean,
she
that's
has the
exactly
consequences.
it, right there. Right, that right there.
Walking is a very dumb law, and it's actually institutionally racist.
Wait, what?
She's trying to get hit by a
I'm gonna. Okay. Yeah, just please, if you don't mind getting out of the road, I don't want you to get hit by a car. If that's your intention, I don't want you to get hurt. Thank you.
Jaywalking ticket, huh?
I think I just got you.
Yeah, you could just
Jaywalking
VR
ticket,
scan on the
okay.
inside if you want to get away from the sex talk. You don't have to throw yourself into danger.
I hate everything. We're gonna sit over here, chat. It was a bit, and we were about to get a jaywalking ticket for it. Bad bit. Hiccup. The clip? Yeah, I saw it.
What was that gremlin laugh?
Go this way. It's back, Charlie.
No one answered.
Ciao.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Let me get out of your way.
Excuse
I'd hate to
you.
take the ramp from you, you know. That'd be
Excuse
rude.
me. Excuse
So
me.
toxic.
Excuse me.
Jesus.
Excuse me.
I feel like it might be verdict time.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Someone said they saw the judge.
Stampede.
Hey.
Do love court.
No, not you. Yeah, not you. Ian.
And the good thing too, it's civil, so no matter what way this ends, you just everyone gets to go home.
Thank goodness for that part.
Also, I think you should stay in the apartment tonight.
Night lamp, bud. Oh, sorry. Here.
Is everybody here?
Yes. Plaintiff side is ready.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. If I don't stumble over my words. All right, so it was brought up the State versus Glenn Armstrong Jr. as a case law. Where the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses an immediate threat or serious physical harm either to the officer or to others, it is not constitutionally unreasonable to prevent escape by using deadly force. If the suspect threatens the officer with a weapon, or there is probable cause to believe that he has committed a crime involving the infliction or threatening infliction of serious harm, deadly force may be used if necessary to prevent escape. If where feasible, some warnings where some warnings have been given. So the plaintiff did have a gun in their hand, and they even testified that they reloaded the gun. However, it was testified that at no time did the plaintiff point the gun or make any threatening actions with the gun towards officers. They did not pose an immediate serious physical harm. I'm sorry, they did not pose an immediate threat of serious physical harm or threaten the officer in any way. So the court does not believe that State versus Glenn Armstrong Jr. is going to apply here. Article 3, self-defense. A person, I'm going to paraphrase this one, a person may use force, violence, or deadly force where reasonably necessary, where a reasonable person may believe it necessary to protect themselves. It was testified that while the plaintiff was on the bike, it was struck by Cadet Lopez, at which time the plaintiff got off the bike and tried to run back to the Sultan and was hit again by Cadet Lopez. Given these situations, any reasonable person would fear for their life. So Article 3 applies to this one. qualified immunity or sovereign and qualified immunity, the big one. The plaintiff of a civil lawsuit against a government employee must show that the government employee violated a clearly established statute or constitutional right in performing their duty to be successful in a civil claim. The second part of that, where a government employee was acting as a reasonable government employee would under the same set of facts and circumstances at the time that the alleged violation of rights occurred, the government employee and their agency shall be shielded from civil liability. It is the belief of this court that the plaintiff did prove that a clearly established statute or constitutional right was violated. This court also believes that a government employee, given the same circumstances, would have acted differently. So qualified immunity has been broken. As such, the officers and department are liable.
Nice.
Now, the plaintiff was asking for pain and sufferings of $25,000, compensatory of $91. I have no idea where he came with $91. Punitive of $50,000, a grand total of $75,091. I will not be granting that amount. The court finds the defendant Cadet Lopez liable for $3,000, Cadet Alicer liable for $1,000, DPPD liable for $1,000, and SASP liable for $3,000. Also, retraining for both with a focus, both officers, with a focus on threat, de-escalation, proper use of force, and offensive and defensive driving.
Well, that's a dumb thing. That's
The order of this court.
W.
Couldn't perjure your way into that one.
Big deal, Max.
Do you want to talk about how your clients committed perjury, Max? We can definitely do that.
Get your fucking tongue first.
One of them claimed that she didn't hit Gemma with her car when everybody else on the scene said that she did. Twice, in fact.
The court's not out of session,
Let's
so the
leave
phone
with
can be
dignity,
spicy.
guys.
Court out of session.
Whatever gets paid out, you get 20%.
Now you can be spicy.
Yeah, now
It could be spicy. Thanks, Your Honor.
Nice.
Yeah.
One claimed that she was the first one shot on scene when everybody else's testimony, including the other cops, denies that as well. So that's 2 acts of lying to make themselves look better, which seems intentional to me, which I think is perjury. Do you want to talk about that, Max?
You want to talk about the reports being changed after the FOIA happened?
I definitely don't know anything about that. You got to talk to Saudi.
You mean the cop in the
Surely,
suit?
of course.
The other issue is
You have any questions?
Anyway.
Charges got appealed.
I do
No, there's
have
still a
one thing.
criminal case
So
up on the docket.
restraining order did not have a
Oh, nap
definitive,
now.
time frame.
I also need it now. I gave Winston and Troy a ride up here, so I'm going to give the ride back up.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't written in the order, so I just wanted to make sure. No, it's all good. Yeah, you mentioned it. In
You wanna leave? You wanna leave now? Or?
Yeah, I just wanted to make
I'll talk to Troy, because I was her ride.
All right then. What's the verdict on the
Done here?
restraining?
it ended at
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I
I don't know. Most of us have a 2-seater. I brought my car.
I'm in the food check. I gotta bring that back up.
And the fact that they knew about it.
need a ride or no?
And about that fucking part.
No, I'll be good.
EA is just as corrupt. Let's not forget about it.
All right, let's go home.
Sounds good. I want to go home.
Put me down, please.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Deserved.
Excuse me, Pupper.
Thank you for being here, everyone.
Sorry there, boss.
Yay.
Anytime I can, I always will be.
Actually, one more question for Frankie.
I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, by the way,
Do you not want uppies anymore? Or you want me to carry you to the car?
I don't need uppies anymore. Thank you, though.
You sure? It's been a lot of uppies. I've enjoyed it.
I knew you were gonna love that shit. That's gonna cost her $360 to get out.
Brilliant.
Pure thick fuck for the
Thank God she's not a part
Oh
of
my
your
God,
department
that's so
anymore.
funny. You
Extra
guys have a
W
car
there.
here, I'm guessing, right? You don't need a ride?
no, we're good. I just need
Sorry, what are you talking about?
You might need a
All right, chat. We're going back to Polito and going.
Hear what I yelled as I left?
Oh my god, I'm having a great day.
Paisley.
You know, I
Yeah?
guess the DA is just as corrupt as the rest of them.
She's a cop in a suit. Cops protect cops.
What she does after this is the only chance I'm gonna fucking give her.
Complaining, I see. Wow, okay, that other fucking cadet can get a bullet at some point if she wants to be a fucking Twista warrior.
Put her down, and she immediately ran off.
All right, BBs, I'm gonna go. I think we're gonna go over to. You know what? We're gonna go see. We're gonna go see Lucas. All right, BBs, we'll be back sometime next week. Just follow the Discord. Follow the Discord. I'll let you know when I'm going to stream. Have an amazing day. Thank you for hanging out with me on this special Sunday stream. Go show Lucas all the love. He deserves it. Bye-bye.